Alright, listen everybody. Listen, I'm running behind. Alright? I'm still eating dinner right now. I got some sushi. I'm gonna be eating at the beginning of the stream. I gotta run downstairs. I gotta get some drinks. A whole lot of drinks. You don't want me to dehydrate, do you? Come on. It's just a few more minutes, alright? I'll see you soon. Hey Gummy! Hey P.O. See you soon.
Infinigummy just subscribed. Except 12 Zoom hydrate yourself, Wiki.
All right, I'm back upstairs. Just need to set a few last things up here on this side, and I'll be ready to go. Hello, everybody. See you in just a moment. Hello, hello, hello. I'm here. How y'all doing? Let me see who is first in here today. Oh, it was Azrael Dude. I actually knew that. Because Azrael Dude was here before the stream even started. Typing away in chat like a creep. How you doing, Azrael Dude? Good to see ya. Followed by Manny. Hello, hello, hello. I hope you're all having a great night. Happy July. This is our first July stream now. I hope you're all having a good start. Anybody living in the Americas, their neighborhood already starting to shoot off some fireworks? Aegon Dragon, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Let's see. Gummy, hello. I said hi because I saw you when I popped in to say I'd be with you, catching some hydration downstairs. Oh, also Gummy, with that Prime sub, we got the Jeff Bezos sub in here. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. For 10 months, you've hit double digits. Time flies. Pio on the Astera. Hello, hello. Pio. I think it might have been about 2 weeks since I gave you a clip shout out, Pio. Let's see here. Aegon, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. I'll be around for a while. Happy July. Americans angry? What have Americans done to you recently, Gummy? Also that Final Fantasy theme, yeah. I miss myself some Final Fantasy. To be honest, I've seen brief clips of Final Fantasy 16. It looks like it might be a good game. It doesn't make me feel Final Fantasy very much, but it's only been some brief clips, so I don't know. It feels like, from what I've seen, it feels like it might be leaning on a couple summons being in the game, and then being like, yeah, there's your Final Fantasy link, and then not that Final Fantasy like otherwise. But I hope to be proven wrong. It's not my problem right now anyway, because it's not available on the PC. Otherwise, I'd be playing it. They've been American. Alright. You know, that's not very nice to say as a Canadian, Gummy. Oh, I just noticed. Hold on a second. Am I able to fix this down here? Pop. Look at this little guy. He was still down at the bottom of the screen, just lurking. He was part of the Rachel sub goal that we had going on, and for those of you who weren't here at the end of last stream, we hit that sub goal. The final push, thanks to our very own artist Mana, came by and gifted 5 tier 1 subs, got us the rest of the way there. So there will be a Rachel stream in the near future. Those of you attentive to the Discord had the opportunity to vote yesterday and today whether the Rachel stream would happen sooner, meaning this week, and just be on a normal stream length day, you know, for the 4 hours we typically stream, or if we'd wait a little bit longer and schedule Rachel for a day that it could be a longer stream for more of a celebration. Those votes were pretty close. Last night, there was a few extra votes for just having the Rachel stream quicker this week on a normal sized stream. But today, on the second call for the votes, it actually flipped the other direction. So, Rachel is not happening this week, but the positive on that note is, when Rachel happens, it's going to be a longer stream. So, I'll let you guys know where my mind is at in terms of that. Now, this isn't an official announcement because I have to make sure my schedule is all good for it and all that, but probably what that means is that I'll actually do a Saturday stream. Not this Saturday, not this upcoming Saturday, so like 6 days from now, not that, but a week from that Saturday. I'll probably do a Saturday stream instead of a Sunday stream so that I don't have work the next day. And we'll probably have Rachel stream then. That's my guess. That's my guess at where it's gonna fit in most, to allow it to have some extra time. So it's not too far away, but it's also longer, like promised. So congratulations to everybody for filling that goal, and also thank you, and also, oh no, Rachel's returning. You hope everything goes all right? Yeah. Some of the stuff that made Rachel possible was taken down, but I've found back roads. That's all I need to say. I don't know what you mean by we burned the White House, Gummy. But, sure. You know, a lot of people in the US talking about Canada and burning lately. All that smoke going around everywhere. But I've actually been extremely lucky in my area. Here in the Boston area, we've had almost none of it. It hit New York really, really bad. And then it blew out more west, and I'm east. So I'm like, yay! Freedom, safety. Gummy says, I meant that Canadians burned the White House in the War of 1812. Little history lesson. I hate history, Gummy. Never speak that to me again. You can learn nothing from history. I'm kidding. But it was always like my weakest subject. History and geography. I can barely tell you the states that border my own state. And I live in Massachusetts. It's a small state. So it shouldn't be that big a selection. But yeah, geography is a weak point for me. History, kind of a weak point for me. Some parts of history I know better than others, of course. Speedrun those controversial topics, Gummy. Well, I don't think it's controversial that Canadians burned the White House in the War of 1812. I think that's just a fact. It's just a historical fact. You know, I'm going to say, Azrael dude, you know, I don't remember the term for it. The hand strikes and presents a flower or something like that. I will say that I strongly considered loading up Final Fantasy VII Remake for the Rachel stream. Purely for you. But it's not gonna happen. The two reasons why. One, it would mean I'd have to spend money on that garbage. And and two, if I actually played it on a Rachel stream, it's like, I mean, that's a pretty long game. It's not gonna happen on one stream, obviously. It's not a one-off sort of one. What's it gonna take for Final Fantasy VII Remake? Why do you want it? Why do you want it so bad? Is it just because of the fact that I don't want it? Is that what all it is? That's the motivation here? I mean, I wouldn't be that surprised. By the way, I'm still eating. I could not squeeze dinner in. You're gonna love it. I am not Azrael, dude. I've seen that whole game. I'm a huge Final Fantasy VII fan, so I gave that game a chance all the way through. The only part that I haven't seen Retrograde. But I gave Final Fantasy VII Remake a chance all the way through, even though I disliked it since the beginning of it. Because I was like, okay, maybe it'll get better. Maybe it'll get better. Maybe it will tie things together. Maybe it won't do like weird time-breaking things or ruin the pacing of the original story. No. I hated Azrael, dude. I recognize that in its own bubble, Final Fantasy VII Remake is actually a good game. But it just approaches my love of Final Fantasy VII in all the wrong ways. All of them. It's just like the least compatible to me. If that makes sense. Like, every way that I would have enjoyed a remake was removed from that game. Maybe not every. I'm sure I can probably think of something that the game has that I appreciate. At least it like maintained the original appearance of most of the monsters, etc., which is kind of cool. I think they did a pretty good job at the remake of the boss fight against that creature that Don Corneo drops you down to in the sewers. They never ruin it, just made it as intended as the game goes. If the intent is to ruin it, they did a good job. We're never gonna see eye to eye on this game, Azrael, dude. And I'm the god here. Alright. Meanwhile, by the way, I'm looking at this Final Fantasy VII lo-fi mix. That's what I'm currently watching. Every couple of songs... Yeah, you all... I mean, maybe you don't. You guys know the lo-fi girl? Original lo-fi girl who's like doing homework and has a cat on the desk looking out a window. It's just been sort of a standard lo-fi image, and there's been 100 million variants of it. This particular mix has a different version of that image with a bunch of different Final Fantasy characters that they switch between every couple of songs. And the one that it was just on was Cloud dressed as a girl from the original Final Fantasy VII. They did do that in the remake too, but they changed up the outfits a little bit. So that's how I can tell it's from the original one. Speaking of Don Corneo. But I don't know why they had to include the hand massage scene, Azrael, dude. You know, was that necessary? You're probably gonna say yes. Biggest Final Fantasy VII remake shrimp in the chat. All right, I'm gonna have another little bit of dinner here. I've got some sushi, some sushi. It's necessary for the plot. I see where you're coming from. You're coming from a place of garbage. Plot. Yeah, definitely. Do you know what I'm talking about, Gummy? Final Fantasy VII Remake hand massage scene. Alright, I'm gonna eat sushi. I'm muting. I don't need to do the ASMR. You know nothing? I don't know if I believe you. Sushi. Although it's kind of a lie. Because I'm a vegetarian. I don't really eat sushi. And they still call it sushi, but it doesn't have fish in it. Which kind of means that definitionally it's not sushi. It's avocado. Have you ever played Stacklands? I have not. Let me do a Google real quick. We'll see. Stacklands. Card game? Almost looks like solitaire with extra steps. So am I reading that correctly just from looking at a couple of images here? A little bit. I do like me some card games sometimes. No, not really. Well, I mean, I only saw a couple of Google images real quick. They're stacking things like solitaire. It's hard to explain. I'll look into it. Right now, let me show you guys something. I just gotta save the image. Actually, I don't need to save the image. I can just open this in a browser. Come hither, Opera. There we go. This was my was my Steam cart as of yesterday, with the Steam summer sale on. It kind of hurts, $70 right there, but at the same time, this is 11 games. And this is a little bit of an insight to some things that will be coming to the stream in the future. Alright? Don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody, Gummy. But yes. Also, Yakuza Kiwami 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Speaking of Dangan, yeah. Happy to speak of Dangan. By the way, I always say Danganronpa. That was an old joke I used to make. I don't know if you guys remember, because it happened a little bit more toward the beginning of my stream, but especially when MZ was around a lot. I loved to mispronounce Japanese words, just for MZ's sake. Drove him nuts. And I always loved to insert a hard ah, the hard A sound, into Japanese words because it's really not present in like any of them. Somewhere along the line, I started doing that with Danganronpa as a joke. And literally, my brain just does it automatically now. I know it's Danganronpa. I know. but you're gonna hear Danganronpa a lot if we play it. Gummy says, I don't know what games to get anymore. I have 100+ games right now. Yeah, I mean, the Steam library is always going to be full of games that at some point or another I looked at it and thought, oh, I'll play that, and then I didn't. That's just the way it is. And there's a lot of things on my to-do list. Both God of War games, Danganronpa's been on there for a while. The Hades series.
Promote me, daddy.
Which right now is just Hades 1, but they're making a second one. Dead Cells, and I've got Switch now. I've bought 2 games for Switch so far, Pokemon Violet and Mario Kart 8, but I haven't even opened my Switch. And I purchased a capture card so that I could start streaming Switch games. I've pretty much never had like a proper Nintendo experience. Splatoon 3 gaming. Yeah, I wanna hit you up for some Splatoon 3 when I get into it, Gummy, as long as you can stand playing with somebody who's never played a Splatoon game in the past ever. Have you played roguelikes before? Heck yeah, I love roguelikes. On the channel, what have I played? Isaac might be the only one I've done on the channel. No. I played at least one. I played a couple rounds of Spelunky 2 with Gummy and Froggy and who else was there? 2 other people back in the day, or one other person. So 3 of us and 1 other back in the day. Ricky, when we play Spelunky, I'd be happy to. Gummy, just hit me up in the DMs. I got since I only stream 3 times a week, I got a little bit of competition these days for trying to like get some of my schedule time. But I'd be happy. I'd be happy to play in something. I haven't played a Pokemon game since Gold, so I'm looking forward to playing a little bit of Violet. I also want to play Animal Crossing again. I was about to draw a compare and contrast of the type of games I play, being like, I want to play Animal Crossing, meanwhile I've got Doom Eternal in my Steam. But I forgot that when those games came out around the same time, people were doing some pretty adorable animations with the Doom guy and what's her name? Isabelle? Is that the name from Animal Crossing? So maybe it's not that strange. I'm glad that people are a little bit more open to diversification in their games these days, and not just be like, oh, I can only play the action games because I play anything else and I'm a P word. Alright, I'm going to eat a couple more pieces of my avocado sushi here before we start, but I'm actually going to get into Only Up shortly. I know we've talked for like 20 minutes, and that's much shorter than we usually talk, but I think Only Up is going to include a lot of talking. Because I'd be surprised if I make a lot of progress quickly, but who knows, maybe I'll be a natural. Gummy, have you played Only Up at all yet? I hear a lot of people are constantly breaking speedruns for that game in its current state. One day I kind of want to try and be a speedrun person, one day. Not for Only Up. But I kind of want to be a speedrun person in something one day. Like, I want to give it a shot. I want to, like, pick one game and be like, I'm gonna dedicate myself to learning a little bit of this and try to do it faster and faster. And the game apparently has a lot of stolen assets. That's not a surprise at all. It's Bennett Foddy we're talking about. Yeah, I heard it has the Final Fantasy VII victory music. I think it's 7's version. He's got a record of doing it. Honestly, Getting Over It, I'm not sure if Getting Over It itself had any stolen assets, surprisingly enough, which was the one that made Bennett most famous. I think Getting Over It was largely just made of free assets that were available on, you know, the Unity store and things like that. But I'm not entirely sure. I haven't looked into it, but it has happened in the past, for certain. A lot of weird games that get popular out of nowhere when people didn't expect them to have stolen assets. You guys remember Flappy Bird? Darth! Welcome, welcome. Look at that. I think, Darth, that might be... Nya. The very first 36 months subscription that's popped up on this channel. Yeah. Now, I'm not positive, because Juice Shoes may have come in the other day and hit that. I can't quite remember, or Juice Shoes came in and celebrated the 35th. But yes, 36, 3 years of subscription, Darth Valder. I appreciate that. 36 months, 36 streak. In 11 days, we're gonna hit our official 3 years of streaming milestone. Gummy says, also, I don't think Only Up is from Bennett Foddy. Well, that's what I've heard. From multiple people. Has the internet lied to me? Let's see. Did Bennett Foddy make Only Up? Let's see. What other games did Bennett Foddy make? Bennett Foddy made Quap? I did not know that. Everybody here says new Bennett Foddy game for Only Up. Only Up game made by developer SCKR has not made any public mention of this. Actually, original story. The indie game Only Up from developer SCKR has seemingly been removed from Steam. Wait, hold on, let me check this. Steam. Only Up. No, it's still there. Man, internet's just lying all over the place. Well, I don't know then, Gummy. The people are constantly attributing it to Bennett Foddy. But I don't know, this is, the information doesn't seem to be freely available. But if it's by SCKR Studio, I don't think that's Bennett Foddy. Hold on, Darius wants to go out. Alright, I'm back. No, it got removed from Steam, I think, because of stolen assets and then put back and such. Ah, gotcha. I see. Only Nyaz? Yeah, I'm gonna give you your Nyaz now, Darth, because I got distracted. Nya. So here's your minute. Nya. But yeah, not made by Bennett Foddy. I think you may have gotten it confused because it's a Foddian type game. Yeah, I got it confused because everybody posting Only Up videos on YouTube are like, the new game from Bennett Foddy. Yeah. I've had like 5 different sources tell me it was Bennett Foddy. Yeah. So I just chose to believe people. Yeah. I didn't make my own mind up about it. Yeah. I wonder if that's misinformation being passed around. Yeah. Or if that's people purposefully creating misinformation to get clickbait titles. Yeah. By being like, it's Bennett Foddy again. Yeah. All the same though, I don't take it back. Bennett Foddy has stolen assets in the past. Yeah. His whole ammo was putting mishmashes of stuff together with assets that came for free on the internet. Back to the days of Newgrounds being big, etc. Yeah. When it wasn't such a big deal either. I mean, there's a lot of different feelings about assets and ownership and things these days than there was back then. Yeah. When the internet was more of a Wild West. Nya. I hate having to include these nyas. Nya. Darth Nyader. Yeah. Distracted just like a cat. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Stretch. God dang it. Yeah. Alright. Stretching. Alright, let me have another bite of sushi. You guys ever had sushi that instead of having like the black seaweed wrap, it had a pink wrap instead? Yeah. Eating fish? No. I'm a vegetarian. It's avocado. They just still call it sushi. It's a lie. I didn't know these pink wraps existed until this current place. And it's weird. This place that I order from, 90% of the time, they'll give you your sushi with seaweed wraps. But once in a while, you'll get a single roll that will use the pink wraps instead. And when I first got that, I'm like, pink? I don't know what that is. Is that like a little fish slice wrapped around it? So I had to look it up. And yeah, pink sushi wraps exist. They're made almost with a tofu kind of thing, I guess, but very thin and harder a little bit more like a wrap would be. And I don't know why they randomly give one or two of those out here and there. It's just a little quirky thing of the restaurant, I guess. Like today I ordered 2 avocado rolls, and one of them was the normal black seaweed and the other one was the pink, and there was no difference in how it was specified. So I got some of those right now. And some people probably don't appreciate it. I kind of like it. SSR sushi roll, that's what it feels like. But it doesn't have that seaweed taste because it's made of something else, so some people are probably like, don't mess with my seaweed, I like seaweed. Leave it. For me, I just think it's kind of cool to have that little chance in there. And that is what it feels like, Darth Vader. It's like, ooh, I rolled a 5-star on the sushi. Excuse me, I'm eating now. You're gonna blame me for what, Altair? Who starts a conversation like that? By the way, with the resolution of Altair's Pixel Party avatar, all pixel parties have been made now. All my sushi talk is I need to buy a poke bowl. I ventured into my very first attempt at getting close to a poke bowl recently. I was gonna buy a poke bowl, but instead I saw that they had they had the ability to make the bowl into a burrito instead. So they did like sushi burrito with seaweed and rice, and they put all the poke ingredients inside it. And I'm like, oh, I gotta try that version. I gotta try that one. So I didn't quite get the bowl. It was good, but they did mess it up. Because I got this vegetarian one, but they put a bunch of tobiko in there, which is a fish eggs, which largely aren't considered a vegetarian thing, and I usually don't eat them. So I took as many of them as I could out, but they kind of stick to things, so I had a few of them in there. Honestly, usually when it comes to things like tobiko, roe in general, caviar, etc., people are always like, you're just a vegetarian, you're not a vegan. You eat chicken eggs, so why can't you eat fish eggs? Which is a fair question. And again, like, I don't get super picky about it, but I also just don't like fish eggs. But I'm going to interrupt that question with a hydrate real quick. Oh, god dang it. Alright. I said Azrael, dude. I said... Actually, you're giving me credit for being based too quickly, because I'm not actually calling out hypocrites. It is a fair question. Because it sounds like both should come from the same way. The eggs and the eggs of a chicken, eggs of a fish, etc., etc. However, there is a difference. I gotta go into actually mode, because chickens will just lay their eggs, and then the eggs get collected and sold, etc., etc. In order to get roe or caviar or tobiko or whatever, the eggs from a fish, it involves slaughtering the fish. They cut open the fish and they take all the eggs from inside, and that's how they do it. So most of the time vegetarians are not eating meat due to the slaughtering of the animals. It's sort of like that's the stance on it, as like, oh, I don't want to eat steak because a cow was slaughtered to make this, etc. So the same thing kind of applies to the roe and the tobiko and things like that, because like, sure, it's eggs, but in order to actually get this for me to eat, an animal needed to be slaughtered to make it. And that's typically where that line is drawn there, the delineation of why most vegetarians won't eat fish eggs, where they will eat something like chicken eggs, because the same principle of slaughtering the animal is involved with harvesting it. Here's the thing about that. Yeah, Azrael, dude. I have a feeling your thing about that is probably not going to change the mind of the vegetarians out there. There's one thing you disagree about animal slaughter. Go on. Altair's watching with his popcorn. Meanwhile, let me start to get stuff set up here. One good thing about the times where I don't manage to actually eat my dinner fully before streaming is that when I start trying to eat my dinner while talking to you guys, it puts so much space between me having bites of anything that it's actually like that slow form of eating that you're supposed to practice, where you have a bite here and there, and then you let some time pass and a little bit here or there. To let your body realize that it's already had enough food. Like it gets down into your into your stomach and starts digesting, and your body's like, oh, I'm good. And then it helps you keep weight off. I would have downed all of this food if it was before stream. But the fact that I've just been having like a bite here and there, etc., I'm kind of full now. I don't need to continue with this stuff. So it's a little bit of a benefit, a discipline practice to eat after stream has started up, because I'm so busy talking to you guys. Azra Dude says, about animal slaughter, it's Spain with their tradition to play with the lives of the bulls just for entertainment. That's my line. I know any type of edible meat has to kill an animal, but for entertaining is just no. I agree, I'm against that too. Not just Spain. There's a lot of places that do things like dog fighting or cockfighting. Even things like horse races and dog races and things like that. I'm not a fan of those. Especially the horse racing ones, because a lot of times in horse races, if a horse falls and gets injured, which, you know, honestly, there's a higher chance of them too in that environment because they're running as fast as they can next to other animals running as fast as they can. Just because of the context, there's a higher chance to fall and get injured. Usually that means that they get killed off because they can't do the racing anymore. Sometimes with the dog racing, if it's like greyhounds and stuff, if they can't race anymore, they get adopted out because people just adopt dogs, etc. I still don't necessarily, I don't approve of dog racing either. It's not what they're meant for. It's just being used. They're being used for people's entertainment, and as much as people could try and claim like, oh, they're treated well while they do it, it's just not what animals are supposed to be used for. Is just to entertain people doing some activity that they wouldn't naturally do to make people money. So I'm kind of against those things as well. And I agree with you, Azrael, dude. You know, I mean, I've already talked about not really being a hardcore vegetarian anyway. Like, I don't eat meat, but I don't give anybody else a problem with anything. But I am much more for killing things to eat meat than just messing with their lives for entertainment, like you said about the bulls and such. What song is this supposed to be? I had to double check to look at the Final Fantasy VII lo-fi mix. I'm like, what song is this? Oh, this is like, this is Final Fantasy VII Remake. That's why it didn't stand out. This is like the Final Fantasy VII Remake wall market music, I think. I got so confused. The other ones were all straight out of the original. Another thing in the Final Fantasy VII Remake that really doesn't feel like it belongs in Final Fantasy VII. Sounds like a remix. Well, all of this is lo-fi remixes of it. But this is a remix of the new music that they made for Wall Market for the Final Fantasy VII Remake, which wasn't in the original. Anyway, I'm shutting it off, because you know what it's time for? It's time for Only Up. And I don't know if Only Up is better played with a keyboard or a controller. Only down bad? No. It's Only Up time. Let me move my plate out of here. Alright. Let me see if it has to update itself because of stolen resources or something. Let's see. Because I downloaded it on July 27th. It said July 30th it went down, so let's see. Updating? You hear controller's more comfy, but mouse and keyboard is the way. I mean, any of the way statements on things like this, it's just people being elitist about their personal preferences. Although I will guess right off the bat that for speedrunners, mouse and keyboard is probably the only way to do it. Let me see. Okay, this attached itself to the wrong sound device. That's fine. Let me change this. Because oftentimes, controller limits your mobility on how quick you can turn the camera around, etc. I bet some of the speedrun tactics are impossible with a controller. Alright, let me see here. Volume mixer. Only up. Go on to this track. There we go. And we're in. Alright, so I am actually going to try mouse and keyboard first. The only thing that makes me a little bit worried about that is the fact that I have always got encroaching carpal tunnel. Controllers are typically better for me. Camera C, interesting. Control for crouch, space for jump, sprint shift. Slow walking left mouse, slow motion. slow motion. Spelled M-O-U-T-I-O-N. Is right click. Alright. Camera to center 1. First person view. First person view. Hold C. Okay. Camera to side 2. So use controller. But what if I find out that I really like this game, Azrael, dude, and I'm like, I gotta learn how to speedrun it, and then I have to relearn the whole thing with mouse and keyboard. Seems incredibly likely, huh? Alright, go ahead. Fine, I'll use the controller, Azrael, dude, if you insist. Oh, you're so difficult. Alright, I've plugged it in. Let me see. Do I have to do any kind of setting here to use a controller? Play. And I will change my category in a minute. I'm just getting in and seeing how the controls work. It doesn't look like it's recognizing the controller, actually. So, I'm sorry, Azrael dude. I hope you'll forgive me. I'm gonna use mouse and keyboard. But first, let me set the category to only up. I don't know what kind of audience to expect to come in for only up. But here we go. Only up, first attempt. You would never forget what you did 2 years ago. 2 years, 9 months, 7 days, 19 hours. How close to the very beginning was it? Azrael, dude. Alright. Running. Walking.
Don't look up. We need to get to the top.
Don't look up?
I'm sure we'll make it.
I'm looking up.
I wonder what awaits us there. The unknown is frightening.
They got a weird TTS going on. Alright. Lots of bright sun. We seem to be in a impoverished area. Ooh, there's people. This is a giant cat. Oh, I can't get up there. Look at that giant cat. I can go into first person here, right? Yeah. It's purring. So any tip you may wonder, there's no tip. But there is one statement. What's the statement? Only up? Look at that ball. I can already tell the physics in this game is perfect. Look at that. I bet if I can jump on this ball just right, it would physics me all the way to the end of the game, and I would have the world record. Game has no checkpoints. Okay. Night mode soon. Cool. Can choose a mask. Can be anime girl. Astronaut. No. I'm gonna be vanilla. Oh. Okay. No fall damage. That's good. Social elevator. All these people and things that are just kind of like frozen. A little bit creepy. You think the record is like 60s? What do you mean, the record? For how fast people have done this? I saw one that was like,
Well, let's go. The journey of 10,000 steps begins with the first
Sorry,
step.
they're talking to me. Journey of 10,000 steps begins with the first step. Okay, that makes sense. I think I saw one that was like, just over 20 minutes recently. It's being broken constantly. Okay,
I remember
so
as a child, my parents helped me to walk along the fence. I felt their support.
one thing I
If
noticed
I fall,
immediately...
my parents will catch me. But
Oh
now
man,
I'm
it's gonna do
alone,
the
and
Bennett
no one will
Foddy thing
catch
and
me.
talk over me
Does it
constantly.
mean to be an adult?
One thing I noticed immediately is I have to have like the camera a little bit uncentered if I want to walk straight. The character seems to walk at a slight angle, which is interesting. Yeah, because if I try and actually center it, he doesn't go for it. I have to be sort of turned off to the side. This game has no slippery. What do you mean no slippery? Like a mode you can set? We're going only up now. Hey, Piggy. We gotta be like a third of the way there. This game's pretty easy. Oh. Haha, shortcut. When you jump to another place, you don't slide. Okay, that's good to know. No momentum. Is this it's the right way. Wait, could I jump up there? Is this a shortcut? It looks like there's multiple ways to go. Maybe. Oh, I gotta go around that side. Okay. So I guess that sort of was a shortcut a little bit. I just went the wrong way after it. BRB? Yeah, no worries. I'll be here. This seems like a game that it would be good to actually like play music over. Immediately I'll say like, I mean, I've now learned that the game may not have been made by Bennett Foddy despite
It's
many
very hard to
internet
make a
claims.
choice when you don't know where it will lead.
But certainly compared to a Bennett Foddy game, this one controls much easier. The vid you saw showed some physics glitch that eats you halfway up, followed by another one. It took less than a minute. Oh, when you say 60, you meant seconds. Gotcha. So somebody's managed to do it in a very short time now. Whee! I wanted to try a super jump there, forgive me. I was like, we haven't been walking up for very long. I want to see what I can get away with. I'm intrigued to explore what the game allows me to do.
Sometimes it's hard to choose the right path, but don't be afraid. You can always repeat. We learn from our mistakes.
We learn from our mistakes. We also learn from our experiments. Glad we're on the same page. It is weird that he doesn't run straight forward. I didn't see this bed here last time. This seems like kind of a weird one. Oh, but I can get up high doing it. Alright. Beds. Presumably risky shortcuts. It looks like that pipe is not the one I want to take, so let's try taking the one over here. Actually, this one climbs up. Yeah, if people are already on the like less than 1 minute physics things, speedrunners are crazy. Gummy, I don't know if you're still here. You guys are crazy. You're crazy. Alright, so far so good. Oh, I guess this is where you want to walk slower, huh? I wonder if the slow motion is really helpful in this game, or if you just fail slower. See, one thing I liked about the speed runs in Only Up, or not Only Ups, excuse me, getting over it with Bennett Foddy.
There is something strange going on with this world, though there has always
Sorry,
been
I'm listening to
something wrong with it.
the gal talking now.
What everyone clung to, the stability, has been shaken. Maybe this is a chance for me.
The stability has been shaken. Are we trying to tell a story here now? Darth, have fun at work. Good luck. Hey, Jen! Hello, hello! Happy Sunday. We're playing Only Up. Hopefully it remains happy. That doesn't seem like a good idea. Let me just go up here. How you doing today, Jens? Good to see you.
The railroad was opened here 120 years ago. My grandfather worked here. I often went to see him.
Grandfather worked at the
My grandfather
railroad?
worked here for 60 years, and then he died.
Oh, and then he died, okay. Worked for 60 years at the railroad and then died. Sorry to hear it. Ah. Alright, you can kinda... There's a little bit of leeway to correct yourself here. You start to fall, which is nice. Just being lazy and derping around Tears of the Kingdom. Now, is that one of those games where there's so much to do that you haven't gotten around to playing the story? Or is that one of those games that you can continue to play after the story is done, and then you kind of like just do anything else that you want to do around the world?
If you want to go quickly, go with friends. If you want to go far, go
If you want to
alone.
go quickly, go with friends. If you want to go far, go alone? I don't know if I believe that. Wonder if this game is one of those full of those like really nihilistic arguments. I'm not like totally against a little bit of nihilism here or there, but it gets in its own way sometimes, which is funny despite what it's supposed to be. A little of both. You like rushing through the main story stuff up to pre-end game and then side questing. That tends to be what I do too, to be honest.
From here, you
I'm like, if I can
view of
sense that the
favelas.
story's wrapping, I'm like,
This is
okay,
where everyone lives in
time to go do all
It
the
is hard to
stuff.
get
That was
out
my
of.
Final Fantasy
This is where my whole
7
life and the
experience.
lives
Am I
of
gonna
my
have to jump here?
grandparents have been.
Not Final Fantasy 7 experience. That's my Final Fantasy experience usually. Most of them. I don't know about these days. They're going less and less the open world route. I don't know if, like, 16 looks pretty, but I don't know if it's got my interest enough yet. I miss the old school Final Fantasies. Give me something that feels like Final Fantasy again. What am I... This is all concerning here because I'm just waiting for this thing to go somewhere it's not supposed to. I don't trust it. All these rails just broken. Getting sidetracked with upgrading abilities, etc. in the game. I'm really looking forward to playing it. Because there's like a crafting mechanic in that, right? Where you can put together like contraptions and things. I don't think that was in Breath of the Wild. That's part of the thing that makes me most interested in playing it. But I will try to play Breath of the Wild first, I guess. Yeah.
Do not stand out. You won't make it. You're a weak kid.
I'm a
Go
weak
back to the
kid.
favelas. Your friends are there. Your destiny and life is there. You have to seek happiness there. Get a job in the favelas and live there.
In
There
the
are many like
favelas?
you. You have to be with them and not stand out. You won't make it. You're a weak kid.
Alright, you
Go
shush.
back to the favelas.
Okay, the favelas must be where we started. The poor area. Is this a game about like climbing the corporate ladder to make something out of yourself? Is that the metaphor I'm picking up on here? Climbing up out of poverty. I've done some of that in my life. I've gone from severe poverty into like climbing up out of the lower class into the middle class. I don't exactly know where I stand in the middle class now because it's only been the recent portion of my life that I've finally gotten here. So I don't have a lot of middle class acquaintances to
Get to the new mine,
compare
you
with.
first have to make a jump and get off the ground, not knowing what the future
You spent many
holds.
hours toying with builds. Yeah, I can imagine. I'm probably going to do that a lot too. Man, look how high we've gotten. I guess a lot of that was that train ride. I was going to say it's... The ground has gotten further away even quicker than I would have thought. Man, is it just me or am I doing kind of good here for a first try? I expected a lot of falls. Hey, Burger! How's it going? Good to see you. I want to get together a Destiny Crucible session again sometime. Soon. Maybe can get you in on that. Or some raids. I've still only ever done 2 raids in Destiny. I mean, I've done more than 2 raids, but only 2 different ones. I've done Vault of Glass a few times, and I've done King's Fall once. Have you seen this game before, Burger? This is one of those ones that's supposed to be a little awkward, and if you fall, you can lose a ton of progress. Ugh. Oof. Ugh. Oof. Jump's getting a little scarier. You've played this game, you've been really close to the top and fell all the way down. Ooh. I don't know what the top is. Maybe like just above the clouds. I see something kind of up in the clouds over there. But this is my first attempt. I fell from the pipes once because I tried to do a huge jump, but otherwise, so that's the only time I've fallen so far. Keep out.
My father worked here as a driller, and he always
About
smelled
5 to
fuel
10%
oil.
of the way there. Hey, that's not
I was
bad.
afraid of him and hoped that one day
5
he
to
wouldn't come back
10%.
from work. He drank a lot and often beat my
Like
mother and me,
distance-wise
but
or
that's in the past.
effort-wise? Because that ground has got to get like
You'll never make it.
really far away.
Oh,
Why
I'm
do I
still
hear the
scared of
elephant
him.
again? Ooh, this is a little... It's a little uncomfortable. It's a little bit uncomfortable. It's awkward that I can't have the camera quite pointed straight forward because the kid runs at a little bit of an angle. Was that intentional design? Alright. I was a little nervous about that jump. You've been to like 75 or 8 distance-wise. Man, that ground must get far away. 5 to 10% now. Will you end up in space at the end of it? If you press 1, it centers the camera. Oh, okay. That's probably better. I'm gonna say that's probably better. Yeah, because now I can just sprint. Shortcut. I'm a speedrunner already. Alright. You guys will probably hear my keyboard for some of this because... Oh! Oh, fall number 1? Yay! Favelas, here I come! You guys will probably hear my keyboard because I'm gonna be tapping things a little bit harder. Coming soon, save progress. So, what, the elevator saved my progress? Wait, how does that work?
Sometimes it's hard to choose the right path, but don't be afraid. You can always
Oh,
repeat.
this would
We
like
learn
take
from
you
our
up to where you
mistakes.
saved, maybe? Like when you load it in. That's okay, it was my first fall. And I was getting a little cocky, I was pulling some moves I shouldn't have pulled. Alright. I imagine it's gonna be like, this is gonna be one of those situations where sometimes it would benefit that I'm like not talking to a stream of people while I play it. But I'm also wanting to talk to a stream of people while I play it. So I'm just gonna be at the entertainer disadvantage. Which I'm cool with, to be honest. Is this actually a shortcut? Let's see. What can I do? Can I get up here? And then like this? Maybe not. Oh, but there's a bed over here, okay. Whee! Hey, welcome. Azrael dude, I looked away to welcome you and I fell. Welcome back, Azrael dude. I'm going to be punished for glancing at chat. As long as you have fun, it doesn't matter. Yeah. I'm curious to see how far I can get. Hopefully toward the end of the night, got somebody here who knows the game can tell me roughly how far I am. I can try and internalize, you said 5 to 10% when I was up there around the factory. Maybe I can figure out what that equates to. You. Just catch myself when I go off sides, not freak out. See, now I've gotten slightly used to actually holding the camera at an angle because he didn't seem to be running forward, and now I have it centered. Oh. Why you always blame of your mistakes? What, blame you, Azrael dude? I mean, that one was me glancing to say hi to you. So it was literally your fault. In fact, you know what? That second time I just fell right there,
choose the right path,
that's your
but
fault
don't be
too now.
afraid. You can always repeat. We learn from our
For
mistakes.
complaining. So that's 2 mistakes for Azrael dude, 0 for Ricky so far. Not bad. Actually, I guess I had 1 while you were gone. So we'll be fair. 1 mistake for me. 2 for Azrael dude. You're a streamer. Yep. This is what you signed up for. Can I jump backwards? I caught it. Alright, so I'm gonna learn the names of the areas. The bottom is favelas. This is gonna be pipes. I forget what's after this. There's a factory up there, but that was for a little while. Train station. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so far so good. I gotta just have patience here, I guess. I gotta do slow walking up the pipes. I'm sure there's some cool way to speedrun this. Somebody who's just super used to going up it a million times can just like sprint. I have a very high mouse sensitivity right now. You guys can probably notice from slight movements, it goes really far. That might be helpful, it might not be helpful. Hard to tell. You think it's just the camera? Well, it's probably a couple things. I did notice there was a mouse sensitivity setting. And secondly, my mouse has one of those buttons on it where you can change the DPI. So I always have it on the highest sensitivity setting that I can, just on the mouse itself. Which is not usually what games are programmed to assume. They assume more of an average and then give you the ability to manipulate it yourself. But I have multiple screens and I just like being able to very quickly move my mouse from one side to the other screen without having to do much with my wrists. So I use high sensitivity. So I got myself to blame. You hate high sensitivity? Like, this is all barely moving anything here. You can tell from just being able to turn this around that my sensitivity is really high. I like it when I'm just normally doing my work in games. Not necessarily. Not so much. Unless we're talking about like when I mastered Halo 1. I slowly increased my sensitivity in Halo 1 over time until I was like nearly the maximum sensitivity you could be and just still shooting everything accurately. 'Cause I played the heck out of that game. I was back in no life kid mode. This part's actually probably going to be a little bit more agitating in terms of the falling. I can foresee in the future because I don't do anything here. And when I rode this last time, it was kind of... Whoa, what happened there? Let me adjust myself. When I rode this last time, it was kind of cool. But it took a few minutes. Look at you about to jump. I didn't press any buttons. I was just turning the mouse. But my character got a little physicsed by something there. Have you watched the speedrun? No, I didn't want to know what was next in the game. I saw that somebody had posted like people were trying to fight to get a sub 20 minute speed run, but then Darth just told me that somebody found a way to do it in like 60 seconds, which I guess is just like physics glitches essentially. I was like, oh, if people are fighting for sub 20, I could probably throw my hat in the ring there. If it's gone down to about 60 seconds, you know, I'm probably good. I don't think I don't think I'm gonna get that perfect. Yeah, so this part will probably slow down any climb again. I wonder if there's any way to really like skip the train that isn't crazy. Goblin Town. Okay, this area is now called Goblin Town. I was about to say I don't know how to differentiate between the lower train station and this one. This one's Goblin Town now. So favelas, pipes, lower train station, Goblin Town. I will consider this still part of Goblin Town. Think about like Blight Town. The rickety things set up, easy to fall. The 60-second speed run is with glitches. Does the sub 20 or like does the 20-minute one not use glitches? That still seems like it would be ridiculous. Maybe if you like perfect the bed. If you look at the background, you see society is separated by a wall. That thing? That we get the poor area is cut off from the city. I was starting to think that this is like a metaphor for climbing out of poverty. That I went from the poverty areas to the train station where the grandfather used to work until he died. And then up above is the factory where she said her father worked, I think. Actually, it sounds like the voice is a she. But what it talks about makes it sound like it's talking about my character's backstory, so... Is my character a she or a he? I can't tell. It seems you can make up a metaphorical lore about only up. Is it made up, though, or is it canon? Alright, this is what I'll call factory now. Which is about where I was when I lost. I just ran across this last time, but given how long it took me to get back up here, maybe I'll be a little less cocky, a little bit safer. Which means I'm not going to jump across those barrels. The only thing I feel like might be less safe about this walking is that it's a toggle, so when I'm toggled in like walk mode, if I fell off the side, I might not be able to quickly get myself back up. Ooh, I just said I was going to be safer. And then I see like 4 beds in a row. No, no, no. You can make it up because there's nothing established. It's just a game with random. Though that's not true. Have you not been listening to the narrator? Narrator has literally been giving us backstory about their family, the favelas, the fact that they were afraid of their father. Nice and slow. Last time I actually just sprint jumped over there. But I'm gonna take the side now. The narrator reminds you of getting over it. Yeah. Everybody told me this was a Bennett Foddy game. Now I have one person who told me it's not. But I'm inclined to believe him. My own mod, Infinigummy. When has he ever done anything wrong to us? I certainly don't remember. It would be a very important problem if he did anything wrong to us. Probably one that I wouldn't forget about.
Some say that soon no one will need oil, but it is unlikely to happen sooner than in 20 to 30 years. And meanwhile, oil is still a resource that people kill for.
Why are we talking about oil now? New personal best. We got some music now, hopefully copyright free. Focus wiki? I'm focused! We're on a personal best. Meanwhile, you're trying to distract me with the ooh cats? I think you might not have my best intentions in mind, Azrael dude. Ooh, I thought we were gonna slide off there. Hey, oh no, we fell. Actually, that's not a bad fall. Oh, well, it is if I get ricocheted.
You have to seek happiness there. Get a job in the favelas and live there.
Okay.
There are many like you. You have.
I thought we were only falling a short distance, but I got physicsed. I don't know if that one was fair. Oh, we're in 1 minute ASMR mode now. So we're gonna be ASMR on our climb back up the trains. This is part of Goblin Town. Ultimately, we didn't lose that much because we didn't have to re-ride the train again, which is nice. So you're gonna blame Boomer because he redeemed ASMR? He redeemed ASMR after I fell. So he's clear, Azrael dude. The only person who redeemed something distracting before I fell was Azrael dude with the Uwu Cats command. And I believe I fell while talking about how he tried to distract me with that. But I'm not necessarily saying there's blame there, just if someone happened to be looking for it, it's somewhat obvious that there was only one person talking, besides the streamer at that time. Look, we're already almost all the way back up there. Maybe the ASMR actually helps focus. Maybe this should just be an ASMR stream. It will be an ASMR the entire time. ASMR only up. It does, like the sprinting actually kind of feels nice. It makes me want to sprint across everything. I've got to avoid that. Gotta be smart. Not just take giant falls. I really want to try those beds too, but again, gotta be smart. Have you sweet talked someone before? In what way? You mean like bartering? Like to get something for... Aw man, I should have caught on there. To get something for cheaper because I've talked somebody up. I have bartered before. Or do you mean flirting? Bonk. Is that bonk for Azrael dude, Boomer Us? Because I think that's probably appropriate. I would say yes, Azrael dude. I would say yes, if it's in any way. I've sweet talked people before. Especially if you count things like making a case for why I deserve extra money and things like that at a job. I've always been the assertive one. But I don't know if that would be sweet talking. That's just more assertive. Hydrate will do, but not when I'm on the middle of this pipe. I should probably not be glancing over at chat as much as I am, but I can't help it. I like to interact with you guys. I already know that's the Cats command again because of all the emotes I see in my periphery. Can't get me twice with that. That Azrael dude, or is that Haruru? That's Hawoo-woo! Hello, Hawoo-woo. How you doing? Alright, hydrate time. You have a good deep voice, Azrael dude. I think we have a few deep-voiced people around us. I don't know if I would consider myself having a deep voice or not. I guess I can be deep-voiced. And depending on how I'm talking, I'm more or less deep-voiced at any particular time. I can go higher as well, of course. I did notice, due to the nature of the language and what parts of of your voice and nasal and things that it uses, that when I speak languages like Korean or something that are a little bit more nasally, that my voice is actually deeper, or comes out deeper than when I speak English. Strangely enough. Nya, I see your redemption now. Nya. Boomer Russ and Haruru working together. Nya. I blame Azrael, dude. Nya. Alright, where did we fall last time? It was on these, right? Nya? I think so. It's just further up. Trying to somewhat keep track of personal bests, yeah. So there's those beds. Yeah. So it seems like you could bed, and then maybe end up there, yeah. Which would be a personal best for me, but hitting the beds seems really tricky. And that's quite a fall you risk. If you don't hit them. Yeah. Alright. Okay. So far so good. Yeah. Depth perception is a little bit rough on some of these. It's a way to go. What, the beds? Or there's like a way to go for me to advance? Yeah. I think this is where we fell, right? Yeah. I didn't make it up to this thing before, so I think this is now officially a personal best, if not by much. Okay. Do I even want to go over there? Maybe not. Maybe that's a trap. Because it looks like I could go up here. And continue to make vertical progress. Thank you for the applause, by the way, Boomerus. Helps validate me a little bit. It's a little, it's a little concerning. All right. Ooh, that one's. Oh, I just sprinted right off the side. Land on it. All right, good. That's not too bad. I gotta be careful. I'm having the tendency to press the jump button like the second that my foot goes off the edge. I do that in a lot of games. It's like, it would be fantastic for the pixel perfect Mario jumps. Those ones where you actually can press the jump button after going off the ledge and you have to do it to get like certain special jumps done. I'm pretty good at that sort of thing. I've had to do that with some of my own game development sometimes. When I've been testing the extent to how far jumps will reach. But, not good for this game. Here, I'm gonna get risky. Watch this. Yeah. It's like no point. Saves me maybe 15 seconds. Risks probably like 15 minutes of climbing back up. I did it. Did it anyway. I know what I'm about. Should I be using the slow motion? I don't know what that would help me with. Gotcha. Alright, we're going back up. That one I don't need a jump. I bet there's a few ways you can go up these things. I keep seeing ones behind me like that. I just like to do the things that are in front of me. I don't love the backwards jumps so far. Okay. So far so good. This one coming up is a little tricky. This is the one that I fell on originally. This one that's kind of at an angle over here. Oh, almost fell off. We're good though. Focus, don't pressure. I'm focused. Super focused. Not glancing at chat at all. I just assumed you said that. Alright. Hey. Now this one, I don't know if I need a sprint jump for it. It's hard to tell. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Oh. I was calling that factory down there. This looks more like a factory. I'll call this conveyor belts. Alright. Let me get up here. Personal best. Personal best is now conveyor belts, or I don't know, high-tech factory. Factory part 2. We're moving up in life. See, it does seem like it's just advancing on like the corporate ladder so far. The slightly higher up jobs. I'm liking the amount of ground that is around here. Hey, Snack! Hello, hello, how's it going? I'm guessing I want to go over here. Looks like a relatively safe path, as long as these barrels don't blow up on me. I don't know if this game has anything malicious like that. How you doing, Snack? Have you ever seen this game before?
School, army, institute, factory, death. Hello, kinfolk.
Our nihilist narrator here. I don't like this. Hey. Okay. Awkward slanted wood. You saw this on your Steam recommended? Cobra says, I'm good, been looking for a place to buy a new guitar, but I can't find one. I've been looking for too long. You can buy my guitar, Cobra. I'll sign it. I don't use the thing anyway. Yeah. Where are we? 14th Street Station, Uptown? I don't know for sure yet, Cobra. Belonged to my father, who is no longer with us. So I'd have to think about that one. Can I make that jump? I don't know if I can make that jump. Let me see if I can get on top of like this thing. Yeah, that feels safer. Is that the Minecraft sound? I think it's still got stolen assets. I don't know if the volume's high enough for you guys to have heard that. Those are like one of the sounds that play when there's a cave nearby in Minecraft. I'm sure Amazon has one anyway in case you don't. I don't know much about guitars. My father knew a lot about guitars, and he played them pretty well. Looks like I got a couple options of places to go here. He played them pretty well. He also modified them sometimes to make them sound even better. Both my father and mother were musicians to an extent. I just didn't get the musical trait. I got the electronics and art savvy trait that neither of them got. Oh god. Where am I going here? No! I got ricocheted. This isn't bad though. We were just here. Did you try the musician path? Not really. I used to play with like keyboards and guitars when I was younger. Played around with singing very slightly when I was a lot younger, like a kid. I don't know. It's just never reached out to me. Unlike my father and mother, who were really into it. So it's not my passion. Played keyboard quite a bit. Got one somewhere around there. I learned some extremely basic things. But I was never very good with it. And I have the guitar right now because I was like, maybe I'll give it a shot again sometime, but I don't think so. I've got such limited time, and it's just not something that particularly calls out to me. I don't know where I was supposed to go on that drone thing. It started going down after it went up, and I didn't see a good jump off spot. I tried one. I think I'm gonna try this direction next. Maybe that's like a shortcut. Or like you can use it for weird physics or something. I'm a hardworking game dev. Yeah, I shouldn't be glancing at chat. I'm doing the game dev thing right now. I'm doing the streaming thing right now. And I have a software engineer career. I can't focus on much more than those three things at once. I guess it's not just streaming, it's content creation in general, because I'm trying to do YouTube and Instagram
it's a strange
and
feeling.
TikTok
I've never
and
been
stuff
this far
too.
away from home.
Okay, so the narrator's definitely this character talking. Yeah. We're on a PB still. So far, it's not taken me long to get a personal best. I mean, certainly a lot more progress quickly than with something like Getting Over It. Ugh. Oh, we got more music. We are always watching you. They're definitely trying to do like the anti-corporation messages here. Interesting unicorn with a droopy horn. The horn is flaccid. Alright, so I'm going in here, I guess. Oh, there's a staircase. Up. Anything that helps me safely get further up, I'll take it. As long as they don't crumble the stairs out from under me. Hey look, a dummy! Standing at the edge like a dummy. What a dummy. I see a bed over there. Is that one of my alternate paths I could have taken? Yeah, I kind of see it. It's cool that there's a few ways to go up. So what are you trying to play the most right now, Cobra? You currently most interested in advancing with guitar? Eh. Hey, it's the house from Up.
What a person really needs is not a state of peace, but the striving and fighting for some worthy goal.
Do you guys realize that... Oh! Well... It's not a far fall, well, at least. Do you guys realize that, because that movie, Up, has a dog in it, that would be the Up dog? Something to think about. You want to learn guitar? Yeah, it suits you more. Guitar's a cool one to know. Didn't like that one, Altair? Guitar is a cool one to know. It's one, like... It's easy enough to break out. You carry a guitar case around with yourself, you can look cool. To some crowds. You can look cool to some crowds, to others you're gonna look like a douche who's full of himself. You know, it depends on how they interpret carrying around a guitar case. But then you're just able to whip it out and make music, especially if you sing too. I wish I could just like whip something out and impress people. Can't do that with programming. Hydrate? Alright. I drink some water. There's a lot of dogs and up. I mean, yeah. That's like saying there's a lot of people in Moana, though. If I say the up dog, I think you're gonna know who I'm talking about. Like, we know who the star of the show is in terms of the dogs. Did you hear they're doing a live action Moana now? Seems like Moana is so recent they kind of didn't need a remake. It's almost like Disney's just doing this stuff for money. I hope they don't go fully live action though, because like, man, come on. I miss the old like frame by frame. It doesn't even have to be the frame by frame. Like, they started as early as Sleeping Beauty doing like tweens and things like that. But I miss the 2D animation that they then replaced with the Pixar style animation. But at least Pixar style animation is still good, or at least like in my opinion. I know a lot of people have problems with it. But you can't replace both the animation and the Pixar style animation with live action. That's just not as good. You don't get the Disney animations out of something that's supposed to look live action, like the Lion King. The one that they made of that. A updog or the updog? Yeah, the updog. Cobra says Moana came out in like 2016 or around then, because I remember going to see it with my school. Feels like last year. It's funny how fast, I mean, not funny haha, because it's depressing sometimes, but it's funny how fast time flies. Yeah! That's right, I skipped the bricks. They did me wrong last time. I'm gonna do them wrong this time. There, I don't want your bricks. I'm a pro. Just want them to bring back the old animation. Yeah, I really do miss the 2D stuff. I don't know if they just decided that like Princess and the Frog wasn't popular enough to justify it anymore, and they decided like that was enough to write off 2D animation in general, because they hadn't done it for some time. PB, by the way. But then they haven't done it since that, as far as I'm aware. And it wasn't their strongest movie. But it was good, and it was refreshing to see the 2D animation again. More and more things just trying to use 3D now, though. And they might start using AI. You know? They did that with the most recent Marvel. I don't know if I want to make that jump. I think I actually feel better about it being over here. Road to El Dorado, Atlantis Treasure Planet, Lilo and Stitch. I never saw Treasure Planet or Atlantis. I'm older, so the ones of my childhood were like, I watched Little Mermaid like crazy. Ooh, probably didn't need a sprint jump that one. Little Mermaid I just watched a lot. Saw 101 Dalmatians a lot. Don't joke too much, AI Brie Larson will come after you. Wait, did we have AI Brie Larson? I'm just talking about, unless she was in the opening credits for Secret Wars. I'm just talking about Secret Wars' open credits. Treasure Planet was so underrated by the public and you blame Disney. Oh, it's just the natural progression. Fair. I mean, like, already, we've had some things with strange implications. Like the movie Rogue One, Star Wars movie, featured a character, Grand Moff Tarkin from Star Wars, played by the same actor who played him all the way back in the original Star Wars movie, episode 4. The only thing about that is that that actor who played him back then wasn't alive anymore. So, but they still had him play the character because they digitally brought him back to life and recreated his voice and had him play the character in Rogue One. We're honestly like not that far off from a potential future where an agency is essentially going to buy the rights to an actor's likeness and voice, and then that likeness and voice will be sold out, licensed, I should say, to movies to just digitally put the actors in rather than having them come in to play the characters. Since they're already doing that with dead actors, they're just like, yeah, why not just license the digital rights? Then we can have one actor starring in like 5 movies at once. We don't need to worry about their workload. Grand Moff Uncanny Valley, you mean? Yeah. There's a Black Mirror episode about that this season. Oh, really? I've still yet to watch Black Mirror. But it sounds interesting. Black Mirror and American Horror Story were both recommended to me in the past. But I never got around to watching. Oh, hold on. Voice.
No wind will be a tailwind.
Okay. I never got around to it because I didn't feel comfortable giving Netflix money anymore. But I gave Netflix money this month because I wanted to watch Squid Game. I finally watched Squid Game. So maybe I'll check out Black Mirror. Do you think Black Mirror's first season was good enough to be worth me getting into it? AHS, American Horror Story, was okay first season, then just went off the rails. Got it. I'm a little confused. Am I supposed to jump to the keep out sign over there? I can't tell how far the distance on that one is. Yeah. Oh, I did it, but then I messed up. Alright, second try. Yeah. Oh, alright, I got it. BRB, alright, Ezreal, dude. See you shortly. The physics in this game do seem to be a little bit wonky. Don't fall, stay focused. We'll try. I gotta turn my AC on soon because I'm starting to boil. All the electronics on in my shut-up room on the 3rd floor. It's just so sad how hot this room has gotten at this point. I'm trying not to run my AC too much because I don't want the electricity bill to be that bad, but lately it's been either super hot or super humid, which kind of equates to the same thing. I don't even know where I'm going anymore. Just looking at the path in front of me. Okay. Going toward the high-rise buildings, the skyscrapers. I feel good about that, that's fine. I feel like I'm doing pretty well. I haven't had too many bad falls. I'm not trying to jinx myself here. because I know it could happen at any time. But at least, like, so far, nothing too bad. I wonder where that bed brings me. The biggest fall I've had so far, and I know the more I talk about it, the more of a jinx it is. The biggest fall I've had so far has taken me about 10 minutes to come back from. Toilets! Hey, it's a gender-neutral bathroom. I appreciate that. Okay, I can't get up there. Oh, I keep, like, accidentally setting off the slow motion. Oh god, there's some weird, invisible walls here. I don't want to accidentally get pushed off the edge because of an invisible wall. I guess we're headed up this direction. If it was another game, I'd wonder if some of this, like, wall graffiti and things were the art of the actual person who made the game. But I've heard this game steals a lot of art, so... a lot of assets. So I don't know. Don't know about that. Only up, only up, only up. We've been on a long PB now. I hate to talk about it and feel like I'm jinxing myself, but also when playing Only Up, what else are you going to talk about? Got a lot of Only Up signs now. So what do I see? I see a hot air balloon up there. Anybody know how far this game goes? I don't want spoilers per se. Ooh, I don't like that. I tried to jump onto that thing and it had an invisible wall. Can I climb it? Okay. Don't give me, like, making me fail due to skill, certainly. Don't give me weird, like, jank failure. Alright? That's the part I'm gonna be upset about. For a second I thought it was gonna play Fly Me to the Moon. I don't know, a couple of the notes it played just sounded kind of like it. Oh, there's a fall. Dramatic slow motion sad fall. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, hold on, I need a... there, I'm sad now. Dun, dun, dun. Music. Alright, where can we land? Anywhere? Anywhere? It seems like we're so far off to the side. All the way back down to the favelas. Or... I mean... I guess. I guess this is acceptable. Thank you, Boomer. I knew it was bound to happen there. What did I fall on exactly, though? Oh, I fell trying to jump between the two trucks. That's not bad, though. I mean, at least, like I said, give me a death like that. Or a fall, I suppose, not a death. Give me a fall like that. Don't give me a fall with weird invisible wall jankiness. I'll take one of those. Let me turn the AC on. It's a good opportunity. Hazerl dude's gonna be like, what happened? Quite frankly, it's probably his fault. Well, he's gone. Let me just put a little poll here. Hazerl dudes fault? Yes. No. There we go. Go ahead and vote if that fall was Azrael Dude's fault. Hint? Yes, it was. But I'm getting a little bit of democracy in here, a little bit of chat interaction. Even if you're lurking and you don't know who Azrael Dude is, really, it was his fault. It's alright. Lack of Azrael Dude's support to blame, yeah. He went away. He abandoned us at the most important time.
You have to seek happiness there. Get a job.
You get a job, stupid elephant. Talking to me about being a weak kid. Who asked you? You're not my dad. Now this is probably one of those games where like it's got that thing that I experienced a lot in Dark Souls. Strange thing to compare it to, but hear me out. You go through an area, you do pretty well. You're careful because you know the game's hard. And you watch out every time you go around a corner and all this stuff. But then at some point you die, and you hadn't gotten to another bonfire yet, and you're like, okay, I've been through this area now, I kind of know what to expect, and you go back through, maybe you just make it to your souls, and then you die again, and you're like, alright, at this point I've had some practice, I'm gonna start sprinting through here because I don't want to spend any more time in this area. And then you start dying a lot faster. One vote for yes. It was Azrael Dude's fault. I agree. Good poll. Anyway, you start sprinting through the areas in Dark Souls because you're then like, alright, I've died too many times. I just want to get by this part. I can do this stuff fast with my eyes closed. And you start dying rapidly. Like, I almost just threw myself right off the edge there because I was trying to rush things. In fact, I'm not really sure where I go from here. Let's see. Yeah! There we go. Just had to do a little bit of a risky jump to bring myself back. It's all good. And I think this game is gonna have that problem. But now I'm like, okay. Yeah, see? There we go. I just suffered from the problem. That as I've got so much distance to go. Aw, not the ricochet. Where am I? I got so much distance to go that I'm gonna like sprint it and fail more often. Social elevator. Take me up. Take me only up. Alright, fine. Floofer's the fox!
Floofers _the _fox is now following.
Welcome. Thank you for the follow. I just had my most devastating fall so far in Only Up. You familiar with the game? This is my first time playing it. I don't know exactly how far I was. Because again, first time playing it, I don't know what to expect. But I was on a highway with trucks pretty far up. Or some billboards said Only Up. I was coming up to some skyscrapers. Well, now I'm back down to the favelas. These things happen. But I do feel a little bit lied to. I think the game is using false advertisement, which is illegal, I should mention. because it doesn't seem like up is the only direction, and then only up insinuates there's no down. And I just experienced quite a down, so I might be suing. But I haven't decided yet. How you doing today? How you doing today, floopers? Don't mind me, I'm just I'm ranting as I climb again. That one is gonna take a little while to recover from. Wiki just bad gamer confirmed. Excuse me? I was lied to. If I knew that there was a down, I would have been more careful. King Cobra? You're good? Good. Glad to hear it. Hopefully I can get there. After what just happened to me. Oh. I want to jump that way. Honestly, I'm getting pretty used to the jumping mechanics. I could certainly see how people started speedrunning this game before all the physics glitches. Like now when people are finishing the game in like 60 seconds due to glitches, I don't know. I don't know if I could be in the running for that, but I could see playing this game for 100,000 hours and being able to finish it quickly. Manny helped me find a good website to buy instruments. Oh my god, the selection, I love it. Nice. I have never shopped for instruments really pretty much at all. But even when I was a part of instrument shopping in the past for like my father or whatnot, I've never done so digitally. Always used to actually go to music stores. Like we've got a Guitar Center in this area, which would have quite an array of guitars to go for. But like I said before, I never really managed to pick it up myself, so I haven't had a lot of recent experience shopping for instruments. It would be cool to be able to do music, but I can only dedicate myself to so many crafts at once. That might be something I end up trying later in life if I've freed up some time. Some of you guys know that right now I'm trying to do the content creation thing. Of course, we have Twitch here, which is my main focus, but I'm also doing YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, etc. I've also got full-time job as a software engineer, and I'm developing games on the side. And my hope is that at some point I'll be able to shift off of that software engineer job and be completely supported by the streaming and the game development together. I'm expecting the game development will probably... Oh, sorry, I'm still sad. I'm still in sad mode. Don't worry, I'm happy now. Here's my happy face. I'm expecting the game development position is going to be the one that support me a little bit more than streaming. Just because it's hard to blow up streaming-wise. But I want to do both of them. And if I can ever get just enough success in either or both of them to shift off of having that full-time software engineering position, then some time will open up for other activities. Like potentially learning music. You wish you could play the balalaika? Did I say that right? Balalaika? I actually haven't heard of that one. Piano, of course, I've heard of. It would be nice to be able to play something. But I think the musical gene skipped over me. My parents were both musical. I got an entirely different set of skills. To be honest, and this isn't meant to be as an insult to anyone in my family or whatnot, but like, most of the time, I kind of don't feel like I'm a part of my... I don't feel like I belong to my family. My mindset about things is so different from the rest of my family, and my skill sets in things are so different from the rest of my family. I often feel like a bit of an outsider. And that's not meant as an insult to anyone. That might just be a me problem. But yeah. You don't either, Cobra. You're the same as me. So maybe there's just a standout in weird ways in families sometimes.
Your friends are there. Your destiny and life
Russian
is there.
Ukrainian folk instrument. I'll have to look it up.
Happiness there.
Balalaika. What sort of instrument is it? Is it a string instrument? Or a blown instrument? Interests could differ. Yeah, I'm one of 4 kids. Or if I want to go into half brothers and sisters, then I'm one of 7. I'm one of 4 kids. And so there's been a mother and a father and grandparents on both sides and an aunt. And I've got nephews. From my older half brother when he had kids. And I just feel like amongst everybody, I'm not very much like them. There are traits, certainly, that I can see in common. It's not like I'm here conspiracy theorying about that I'm adopted or anything like that. But I don't know. It's just I feel very different and sort of out of place sometimes. This is what you guys get with an only upstream, by the way. Because if I fall all this distance, I have to make it back up. I'm filling the air, and it's gonna get personal in here. Sometimes it'll get personal. Sometimes we'll start talking about everybody's like favorite type of cheese, which I could also talk on for a while. Anybody who wants to throw their favorite type of cheese on chat, go for it. But you're also gonna learn about my life. Hey Azrael dude, how's it going? You didn't fall, right? No, I didn't fall. Of course not. You're probably misremembering where I was. We did have a poll though, and if I did fall, it was your fault. The votes came in 100% Azrael dude's fault. And I didn't even vote on it. Leopold says, I like any cheese that's Gouda, like Colby Jack. Colby Jack is awesome. A lot of Jack cheeses I'm fond of. Because I also like spice. Aww. Aww, that's a little disappointing. Aww. No! Azrael dude. See what happens when you come back? I think we're still good. Fluffer says, we're your free hostage therapists. Exactly. See, you just got here and already you're getting the message. Azrael dude could tell you, there's no escape. There's no escape from it. Oof. So we get some different contents happening this week. Some of you know that on our last stream, we filled up the donation sub goal, or the sub donation goal, I should say, to get a Rachel stream. If you don't know what a Rachel stream is, which a lot of people wouldn't, you just have to wait and see. It's an interesting thing. But otherwise, this week On Tuesday, we're going to be continuing our Monster Hunter World journey with Jose Oak. We're going to be playing with him. And on Thursday, we're going to finally start the heavily demanded Elden Ring series here on the channel. And have that be the next, like, long game that we commit ourselves to. I was going to have Only Up be a one-off. I was like, I'm going to try it out. Probably not come back to it. But to be honest, I'm kind of feeling this. Like, what time is it now? 10:30? Like, I'm feeling like I might have a little bit more Only Up in me beyond what I'll be playing tonight. We'll see. We'll see. I don't expect too many people probably to show up here on the Tuesday stream, or at least less than usual. Because for the Americas, it's going to be 4th of July. And some people will have other plans. Rachel's stream is peak Eccentropy. Heh. One man's opinion. I'm gonna glance at chat while I'm walking across this thing. I don't even care. Floofer says, I'm a licensed massage therapist. Unfortunately, physiological therapy is, or physiological therapy is outside of my practice. We have another licensed massage therapist who comes in here sometimes, Floofers. That's pretty cool. Rachel's greater than any Twitch female streamer. Don't bring that evil on me, Azrael, dude. The opinions of chat do not reflect that of the streamer. Disclaimer, disclaimer, disclaimer. Cobra says 4th of July. I believe we call that Ungrateful Colonials Day. Joke, of course, Wiki. I love being British. Huh? I'm sure you do. You were the only version of Jack Cheese is literally just Jack Cheese. Because you can't take any spice. Is that it, Cobra? I can lash back too. I don't even know if that's an accurate stereotype, but I don't know. I'm not very good at being I'm not very good at raising stereotypes against a group. It's not something I'm practiced in. You'll eat spicy with me any day. You love spice? Spice is good. Spice is life. I don't even know if I'd be able to, like, I talked about being able to talk about favorite cheese for a long time. I don't even know if I know what my favorite cheese is. Because there's so many of them that are good for different times. Like, I love Jack cheese and pepper Jack cheese and Colby Jack cheese, and but, like, sometimes you gotta have a nice Swiss. And there are some things, like feta cheese, just makes all the difference if you've got it on there. Spice is the variety of life. I'm glad that we've got some compatible opinions here. Cobra says, my dad raised me to eat spice better than my brother or anyone else in my family, so the stereotype might be right, but not for me. I think the thing about stereotypes is that none of them are actually right. But a lot of them are just, like, uncomfortably close to being right. And that's what makes them a problem half the time. Water good? Why are we on water talk now? Did I miss something? I probably missed something. I agree, water's good. Do you guys have a drink that you would drink instead of water if you could? If, like, every single one of your drinks could healthily be this other thing instead of water. Hit. That's a scary jump. Except when it comes to the damn French. Bloopers. See, we gotta actually have somebody French in chat to make fun of the French. It's like, I can only really blame MZ for things if MZ is in chat. And then my backup is sort of Manny. Sometimes Azrael Dude. Right now it's heavily Azrael Dude. Partially because he talked about Final Fantasy VII Remake this stream. It doesn't matter who first brought it up, but he talked about it. Apologize to the French Squid Cats. I actually don't know if I have anybody who, like, it obviously doesn't come up for every follower. I don't have anybody that I know is French that follows me. I have people I know are Malaysian, Japanese, Korean, German, British, Canadian, Mexican. I think there was somebody I spoke to who was Dominican in here. I don't know if we've got anybody French that I've been informed was French. You know, you give me the reason every time. I don't know what you're talking about, Azrael Dude. You're just delusional, I think. Whee! See, like, this game makes for good conversation background. I think that's why I'm like, oh, I could feel myself coming back to this. Whereas it's a little bit more troublesome with something like getting over it. Because so much of this is actually pretty easy. Like, a lot of what I've just been running through here is easy. There are certain times where you need to stop and, like, focus on what you're doing more. And I can get quiet during those sections. But a lot of the climb is just sort of like soothing talking time. And don't forget the people from New Jersey. Floofers. Are you, perhaps showing a glint of New Yorker? Floofers? Mousy Fuzz? Wait, hold on. Cobra says, wait, is there any other of your followers who are British? Aegon, technically. I don't know, man. I feel like I'm sipping tea alone. Mousy's British. Banshee Zeno. You know Banshee, right? Banshee's British. Your turnpike smells like rotten eggs. So I am from the Boston area. I'm one of them Bostonians that parked the car in the Harvard Yard wicked far. Wicked far. That's where my kind is from. It's a little hard to make fun of Bostonians, though. So we call ourselves massholes. From Massachusetts. I don't know. I'm not actually from the city, though. Part of the reason I don't have the accent. It's not everybody in Massachusetts. Wiki, please speak like that more often. I don't know about that. You're a displaced New Yorker? I mean, I had to kind of like get that feeling as soon as you first aimed at the people from New Jersey. Ultimately, like, relatively small. in terms of the larger world. But definitely a target for those from New York. You can see Ricky as British, like how he behaves, sassy AF. Excuse me. I behave completely proper. Azrael, dude, I'm never sassy. Not even once. Not even a little bit. Delusional sometimes. Yeah, you maybe. Cobra says only eating food from across country and swearing at every minor inconvenience. Oh, hold on, I gotta jump off this thing. Like when you can't find that damn TV remote. Who uses TV remotes anymore? Help. Alright, I'm good. I don't know, is this like a little bit relaxing to anybody else? Am I crazy? I don't think this game is supposed to be relaxing. Like, I tend to have vertigo and a little bit of fear of heights. I wasn't expecting relaxing from this game. I thought I'd be like a little bit, you know, like my nerves would be up and I'd be holding my breath on every jump. I mean, I'm sure there's those parts and those moments. I'm like, I'm just hanging out with the peeps right now. Having a good time. Talking about cheese and apparently insulting other countries and cities. I don't know how I feel about that part. I don't mean any of it, Twitch. Especially not the stuff Azrael Dude says. I'm responsible for Azrael Dude. Seems like 3D getting over it. Yeah. That's the general thing. Like, a lot of people were saying this was made by Bennett Foddy, who made Getting Over It. I learned today that apparently it wasn't. So I don't know if all those people on YouTube saying it's Bennett Foddy's new game are misinformed, or if they think that that will just get clicks on the thumbnails a little easier. But I have unintentionally clickbaited myself tonight on some of the Discord servers that I'm in. Being like, I'm playing Bennett Foddy's new game, only up, and then I'm informed this stream that apparently it's a different studio. And I'm like, why is everybody saying it was Bennett Foddy's game then? Now I look like the doofus. I am starting to get a little nervous here, by the way. Because we're coming up to one jump that seems pretty challenging. I had a hard time when I was first here. This. To get to the keep out sign over there. It's high likelihood of falling. But I did it. So now we're all good, and there's no chance at all that I could fall in any of these easy jumps after getting that one successfully. Alright, we're good. Heavily inspired? Yeah, definitely. It's a Foddy-like. It's a Foddy-like game. I think Getting Over It was 2.5D. God, I love making 2.5D games, but yeah. Yeah, it moved like a 2D game. But, definitely 3D art was used. I don't know if it was fully rendered out 3D art, or if it was essentially pictures of the 3D art, like if you could turn the camera, if you'd see every side of it. I assume probably, even though they could have used or saved resources by only rendering half of it. It doesn't strike me as the type of game to probably go that in-depth on trying to make itself efficient. Kind of goes against the nature of Getting Over It, I feel like. My favorite use of the term 2.5D, though. Actually, let me try this bed now. Where does this take me? Yeah, that's a decent bed. My favorite use of the term is for games like the old Doom games and stuff, where you actually do move around like it's 3D, but a lot of the sprites and stuff that you're interacting with are 2D in that world. Or like a little bit of what was in some games like Xenogears. We got anybody who played Xenogears back on PlayStation 1? It tried to slingshot me off again. Oh, this isn't where I thought... Oh! I don't know where I go from here. I was assuming I was falling back onto the one that was connected to, to the windmill over there, or the what's the right term? The turbine? What do I have to jump on from here to lose the least progress? That wouldn't be awful down there, little construction site area. Can I do better? Let me check the other side here. A Faudzian experience. Cobra says, I'll do the research on the game later. I kind of want to know what they did for getting over it now. Yeah. Only go up. I'm trying. Did I just almost fall through the ground? Don't do that to me. I know I'm talking about rendering 3D, but... Is there like invisible wall over here? Oh man. Alright. It was decided for me, I suppose. I guess I was never really intended to be up there. It's fine. Down here isn't that bad. If I miss a skill jump, that's cool. I can be cool with that all the time. If something weird and janky about the way the game was made throws me down, those are going to be the times I'll be slightly more salty. Luckily, it didn't really harm us too much there. We're still good. Not far before where we fell last time. You need the balloons. You need to go to the balloons. Is that what you mean, Azrael dude? Like the up house? I was over there before. I went past it. I guess you must have been away for that one. I died on a highway, and by died I mean fell. I like just sprinting this one. I don't want to deal with the bricks. There we go. Alright, see, we're with the balloons now. I was on like a highway area that had billboards that said only up. It's jumping across trucks. It's like that area right up there. Right near the skyscraper. I didn't get to the skyscraper though. That's my next goal. That'll be PB. You remember somebody reaching an elevator? I have not seen an elevator yet, except for the one that's on the ground level that doesn't work. You said there's no checkpoints though, right? As I thought for a second, if somebody reached an elevator, maybe it would connect up with the ground level one and be like a checkpoint, but if there's no checkpoints, I guess that would kind of go against the nature of this game, huh? Though the one thing I heard about this game, which is a little disappointing, is it doesn't save when you quit. And that, I think, is a little dumb, because that requires you to have a ton of time to play it. Like, being able to save at any moment would defeat the purpose, I think, because you could save and then if you fell, you could load. But saving upon quit, I think is important. Like, Getting Over It had that feature. That if you quit the game and loaded it back up, you were wherever you quit. You don't want to be able to save scum and keep loading back up. But I do think you should be able to close the game when you have no more time and then come back to it later. Just my take. Just my opinion. You close the game and it's over, yeah. Leopold says that's kind of silly because the game should already be tracking your position for the physics, so it's not like it'd be that hard to save it. Yeah, you know, I bet probably what it is. And this is a developer problem. Sometimes developers... yeah, I say this as a developer, alright? Sometimes developers become control freaks. In certain instances, they forget that they should think about it in terms of the enjoyment of the player, and they become control freaks with certain things. And if you make the game so that it keeps track of your location and it saves it when it exits, a properly savvy person can go in and edit the files, and still manage to save scum using that system. Now, that's quite out of their way to do it. And ultimately, that act doesn't harm anybody else's experience with the game. It certainly wouldn't be accepted in speedruns. So, it's not actually harmful to allow for the occasional savvy person to do that. Aw, man. Where are we landing? I think I can't land on the roof of that, because it will jettison me off, so we'll land here instead. This is a bit further down than I would have liked to be, but it's not awful. This is a dev decision that they die hard on that hill. Yeah, I feel like that. And it's a little bit gatekeeping, because again, like, I don't know. I'm old enough to have a full-time job and a house and everything myself. I'm on vacation right now, so I can do this, but I can't always dedicate a ton. Oh man, that's just sad. What can I do here? Is this all the way back down to favelas? Catch it! Aw. Catch it! Aw. The reflection. Alright, we're back down to the favelas. It was bound to happen. Playground time. Go! I missed the ball! Help! Jesus died for you. I want religion in my game. Dorime. Yeah, that's a big one.
It's hard to choose the right path, but don't be afraid. You can always
Although it did
repeat
say...
from our mistakes.
I don't know if it's still here. No, I don't think it's still here. I think it only popped up when I first loaded. I think they may be changing that decision of theirs. Because when I first came by this elevator, it said, coming soon, save your progress. So I think they are considering actually bringing saving into it. Which is cool. What you say? Uh-huh. Hello, darkness. We can go into all the sad songs. Alright. What time is it? 10:47? What can I do here? I need to get into, super try-hard mode. What's it like to be like this? Demote me, daddy. We're doing a run first person now. Heck yeah. Woo! So all we need. Anybody want to get dizzy? Watch this for a few minutes. Get all the headache you'll ever need. Thank you for the Demote Me Daddy Azrael, dude. Woo! Yeah! A little hard to tell where I'm landing. In first person. Maybe first person isn't the best idea. If I want to try and use beds. Oh no. I'm in the only partially rendered areas. Help. I'm in the back rooms. Help. I'm not supposed to be here. Help. Where am I? Alright, abort. Abort mission. Back down to ground level. Send me. Or this might be okay. Yeah, this is fine. This gets me back around. Okay, here we go. Let's not I'm beating the Matrix. Yeah, let's not do the first person thing. Alright, I regretted that pretty quickly. But I will be trying to do beds. Because now we're coming up to the point where I don't ultimately have that much longer left to play. You know, down to about the last hour of the stream. So we're gonna go aggressive mode. Like that, just sprint right off the side, aggressive. It's a viable strategy. You guys might not have paid enough attention to the game to realize how that benefits me. But it does. Just trust me. Yeah, look at that. Debug room be like, what you doing here? Debug modes. I remember activating weird debug modes for like Sega Genesis games and PlayStation 1. The debug mode for Final Fantasy VII. Barrett's name would load in as ballet. That's not what I wanted. I fell through the roof. Help. The favelas. You know, actually this makes me wonder, because there seems to be a lot to the favelas. And there's clearly a lot of stuff that are walls that aren't really well-formed walls. That, you know, in terms of game development, I mean. That they don't keep you out as they're supposed to. Ceilings, additionally. It makes me wonder how much of this area you could, like, run around down there and find some weird glitchy spot. Maybe that's how people got some of the, like, the 60-second speed run. They found some really glitchy spot down in the favelas that just, like, shot them into the stratosphere. Alright. I gotta practice the beds now. Because if we come back to this in the future, and we gotta start over because it doesn't let you save the progress, then I gotta be able to make up some of the difference myself, right? The skill needs to have built. I need to be able to sprint across the pipes. Do some crazy time-saving jumps. Not that. Not that jump. Take that one back. I don't know about the 4 beds in a row. I'm thinking about it. You guys might know the ones I mean. Up by like the factory area. Seems like the risk reward there isn't great. But I might still try it. It'd be interesting to try it out. It just seems like it doesn't get you that much further ahead. And the chance to fall all the way back down is pretty huge in that spot. You will see when you reach the 50%. I'll see what? How useful beds are? Or that some beds are traps. Yeah. Like, this bed seems like... I've jumped on that one before. It doesn't seem like it gets me anywhere worthwhile. You'll see everything goes down to timing instead of where the actual F I'm going. Oh, I see. 50% has a lot more timing things. We're going to be dealing with moving platforms, perhaps. I would expect that at some point, given that this is sort of platformer-esque. And I haven't had any moving ones yet. In your perspective. Well, I'll decide to believe you for now, Azrael dude, and blame you if it doesn't end up being that way. You know what you've signed up for here. Sprint! 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 Alright. Here's a good time to sit back and open up my Arizona green tea that I got here. Early looks tedious, mid is great. Oh, really? And late is like going against your heart. I am curious, like, if there's some points that are relatively safe to fall from. Like, there's so many large areas underneath you that would catch you. Or if they really try and, like, plan out a lot of it so that even late game, if you fell, there's a high chance you could go all the way back down to the favelas. Any of you always, like, really make sure that the top of your can is clean before you drink from the can? A lot of people just take a can right out of a store, open it up, and start drinking. I don't know. I'm not a lot of people like that. There we go. Arizona green tea. I always shake it despite the fact that it's in a can. So I gotta give it some good pings with my finger. Froggy! How's it going? Good to see you. Let me know if you want to jump in voice chat. This game is mostly me talking. So we could just talk. I'm not in there right now. I'd have to get in. Ah, there we go. Green tea. Putting pasta into your mouth?
You're a weak kid.
Why not mine?
Go back to the favelas. Your friends are there. Your destiny and life is there.
Your destiny and life is there. I'm a stupid elephant who likes to keep you down. And also, if this was an American game, which I'm not sure if it is or not, I might be a political reference. Not sure. Could be interpreted as that. My mouth looks like a bumhole, excuse me? The nerve. Azrael, dude, it's too early. You're supposed to save that for Elden Ring. Elden Ring is going to be on Thursday this week. Only Up, followed by Monster Hunter, followed by Elden Ring. Got a fairly diverse stream session this week. Did I... Oh no, there's the four, like the 4 beds is up there. I was gonna say, did I just mindlessly go past where the 4 beds is that I said I was gonna try out? But no, I think I'm coming up to it pretty soon. I swear, like, half the time that I press the shift button to start running, he'll jut out at a 45-degree angle the first time. I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's the game. I don't know if that's my keyboard. I don't know if I'm accidentally like touching something else. I don't think I am. But I keep having to correct for it. Just like the first time if I hadn't been sprinting for a little bit. Alright, so the 4 beds thing is like at the end of this. I really don't know if it's worth it. I'm looking at like what's underneath that area. This saved me so little time. But I gotta experiment, you know? You don't experiment, you don't learn anything. Will it be your first playthrough of Elden Ring? Yes. I started up Elden Ring a couple times on the channel, like right when it came out. Like I started it with a character and I'm like, I'm not feeling this character, so I started it with another one. I just really didn't feel it, and the furthest I've really ever gotten into Elden Ring was to... It's one of the earliest bosses. It's like Margit or something. It's like a gatekeeper boss to getting past just like the first area. Barely got into it. And I didn't do a lot of exploring before getting to Margit either. Yeah, so this is just jump across 4 beds to what? To skip all of those. Let me see. I'd end up at that upper factory area, or I'd end up over like nothing. Yeah, I don't know about that. Will you be playing solo exclusively? I don't know yet. I feel like I've heard Elden Ring is a little bit more made for multiplayer. I tend to play the Souls games solo exclusively. But I've honestly not let myself get very spoilered about Elden Ring. Aw man, why didn't I grab on? I was pressing the stuff. Was I not lined up correctly? At least we didn't fall too far. Yeah, look. I just saw it a second ago. I don't know if you were watching or not, but I pressed the sprint button and the character dashed off 45 degrees to the left. It's always what it is. Luckily, I was just on solid ground. Ye tarnished. I'm looking forward to it. I was looking forward to Elden Ring for years and years and years while it was being made, which is part of the reason that I jumped on to trying to play it so quickly when it first came out, because I had been excited for such a long time. But I just didn't have the right amount of time or quite like the proper mental space for Elden Ring yet. I just kind of tried to force it because I had been so excited about the game. But when it didn't like play out for me, when I wasn't feeling it then, I'm like, you know what? No. I've been looking forward to Elden Ring for so long. I love the Souls games. I'm not gonna do this an injustice by forcing it when I'm not feeling it yet. I'm gonna put it aside. I'm gonna wait until I'm in just the right point to feel that it's the right time for Elden Ring, and then I'm gonna play the heck out of it. And that's what I feel like this is now. You had a lot of fun playing Elden Ring. I'm really excited about it, to be honest. Alright, I'm not going to try the jump this time. I feel like this jump's kind of nice for not having to go around the side, but I've had a few times now where even though I felt like I was lined up with it, it just sort of pushed me off to the side. I've been burned before. And the fact that it saves me like 15 seconds and takes me 5 minutes to come back, it's probably not worth it. Why 3D character modeling gotta be so damn hard? There's different ways of doing it too, but the tricky thing for me and 3D character modeling is I've actually made some really awesome 3D models, but I was taught on ZBrush. And ZBrush is an expensive industry standard. It's even used in movies, like The Dark Knight was using ZBrush, and some other algorithms I was using for some of their special effects. And that's a live action movie. But ZBrush, you create 3D models in a very different way. You basically sculpt them from a digital clay. And you'll be doing a lot of like subdivisions and sculpting more for more details, and you'll keep subdividing and you'll end up with something that has a huge polygon count. And looks really nice. And then you go through the steps to optimize it for whatever amount of optimizing you need for the platform you're going to put it on, if it's a game or a movie. And it's awesome. I really enjoyed it. But the ZBrush experience is significantly different than what you will normally learn for 3D modeling. And I haven't not done much of the type of 3D modeling that requires you to kind of come in and draw out all your own polygons. That's the more standard way of doing it. And I have done a little bit, but I still find it to be quite intimidating, given that my actual, like, professional learning of it was with ZBrush. And I would go back to ZBrush, but ZBrush is incredibly expensive. So, since that's not like a focus of mine right now, I'm not buying it. You use Maya, you like it? I think this model's coming up better than you initially thought. Yeah, there was a bit of contention at my school, where I went to learn game development. There were a lot of people who had a lot of industry experience, and they were quite opinionated. So some of the 3D modeling teachers used Maya and did it the old-fashioned way, and some of the 3D modeling teachers used ZBrush, insisting that that's where you're gonna get like the real jobs in, and you can be part of the movie industry too if you decide you don't want to do games, blah blah blah. Neither of them were right, neither of them were wrong, but it kind of split up who learned what and how they learned to do it. And I just happened to be one of the ones who ended up learning the expensive thing that I can't justify buying for myself just for my free time hobbies right yet. You think this model is coming out better than you initially... Oh, I think I read that. Maya's good. Maya plus 3ds Max. I don't know if you use that one, or if you use Blender maybe. This 3ds Max I think is also a little pricey. But Maya and a good rigging program, it's kind of all you need. I do want to do some 3D game development also. It's just a lot for one person to do by themselves. So a lot of my own game development I'm doing has been 2D. But I have come up with a few game ideas that really like work a lot better in 3D, and you gotta know which medium to use for what. So those are mostly on the back burner, but with a little bit of practice going into Unity. Because that's the other thing. I was taught with Unreal Engine, and I can get Unreal Engine, I can use Unreal Engine, but I also want to learn Unity a little bit. And I've used Unity a bit in the past, but just not enough to really feel comfortable with it yet. So that's one of the skills I really want to pick up, because Unity's a pretty nice program. I'm going to try taking this drone again, now that I know more about the map, and I'm willing to take some more risks here. Let me try taking this drone and see if I can find a good place to jump off. I only ever took this once. Snick will help you with 3D if you ever want. You have Blender, can't afford 3ds Max, you use Mixamo to rig. Hold on, let me watch this for a second. Where do I want to jump off? I would think right there. Right on this thing, yeah? Is this a time saver? Because that gets me all the way to the balloon house. Yeah, I think that's a good one. Okay, cool. Mixmo, rig, and animate, or you rig it yourself. You did learn to rig. That's good. Rigging is its own beast. So learning early on helps, because it also helps inform how you should do your 3D models. You can be like, oh, I can foresee how this will be to rig, so let me change this or that here. This will help your PB, Ricky. You're saving a lot of time. Oh, nice. Currently, I'm considering PB just in terms of distance rather than time, because I haven't finished the game before. But yeah, that did seem like a good skip. Woo! All right. Like, a lot of this game is pretty easy, which I didn't expect. There's just a couple killer jumps in there. Like the one you have to do off of that thing. The wind turbine. That's a tricky one. If I can skip that one, that would be lovely. So far, so good. We're back onto the buildings. Gonna be at the construction site soon. Actually, no, wait. I think I skipped the construction site, didn't I? Because that was like before the up house. So I'm actually about to be at the jump I was talking about. I haven't seen any beds in these further up areas. I wonder if they get more hidden. I would have expected to see something nearby. Yeah, this jump is killer right here. Takes a long time to get here. There's weird physics going on, and you can fall quite a bit. So this one's the one that makes me nervous. And I don't know if I'm approaching it right. I'm just kind of like sprinting off of here. I missed it again. And I think I'm ending up all the way back to where I was before. Where are we going? Let's see. Can I catch myself on anything? I already got momentum. I think I can hit those. Nope. 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 No. Alright, well, train tracks it is. Which is roughly where we landed last time. Except I keep glancing at chat, which is what caused me to fall down to the favelas last time. Alright, now I'm on stable land. Now I can look.
You have to seek happiness there.
They didn't teach us to rig, I learned it myself, and one of my classmates asked me to rig their monstrous models that were like backroom horror level of scary. Like, intentionally. That can be real bad if somebody who's like not familiar with how rigging works tries to give you a complex model and say, hey, please rig this for me. That can be a nightmare. You get all kinds of pieces like two stuck together. Were you at least taught to create characters in T-pose or A-pose? Another one of those things that's sort of contentious, depending on the modeler who teaches you. We'll say A pose is better or T pose is better. You learn T pose. I think either one is viable. My professors said A pose is a lot better for the rigor, because since A pose is kind of like in between, it's not the extreme of having the arms up. It makes it less likely for the textures that are along the character's side to tear while it's animating. It's a little bit more of a neutral pose. But I imagine it's probably got a trade-off, like if you go from A pose to arms directly up in the air, like pointed upward, there's probably more likelihood of tearing. So, I'm guessing it's a trade-off in general. Alright, back here. I'm trying to keep my eye out for other potential shortcuts, because I know this game's full of them. I see the barrels on the side here, but they really don't seem worth it. That just takes me over to the other side of this thing that could be an easy jump. I'm not even sure if I could do that faster than just walking across here and making that jump. Some of the shortcuts definitely seem like a trap. What time is it? 11:15. Sure. Let me try this. Okay. Bed number 2 is over there. Bouncy. 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 Uh-oh. That one was harder to make it to. Back on the train tracks. Okay, so 4th bed is difficult. Wait, which way do I go? Over here? No. Over here. I think. Yes. Hey, Darth. Yeah. You're becoming the owner of the Nya Redeem Nya. Darth Nyader. Nya. Oh, we're in ASMR mode now too, Nya. Apologies for anybody new to the stream who have come in to watch me suffer, Nya. Because now you also have to suffer with ASMR Nyas, Nya. Because my chat are bullies, Nya. You got basically no work done this morning, Nya? Was that difficulty in being productive, or your work essentially sabotaging your ability to be productive, Nya? Because I feel the second one, Nya. I swear that my work has been doing its best just to find time fillers lately, and not actually letting us do the work. Yeah. There's this crazy thing the other day where we signed up for a 2-hour-long meeting. Yeah. And we had some 100 bugs that we wanted to go through and discuss why the bugs happened. Yeah. It's weird to talk about in ASMR. Yeah. And then the person who organized the meeting took every single possible opportunity they could to make a really strange, sometimes inappropriate analogy that took way too long to say and didn't end up making that much sense. Or to say, here, let me tell you a story about my past, and bear with me. This will connect up to what we're doing in a minute. And it was just really, really long-winded ways to say very simple things he could have just said. And it seemed like he felt he was being pretty creative by talking this way and perhaps being an engaging speaker. But all it did was burn about an hour and a half of our 2-hour session with stories, and we got through maybe a quarter of the bugs that we were supposed to get through. And then meanwhile, as soon as he was done listening to himself talk, and we actually got into the portion where we were going over the bugs with the other people who were in the meeting, as soon as we had a question for him, he was like, "Oh, sorry, I was writing up something else, and I wasn't paying attention." So, as soon as he stopped talking about himself for an hour and a half, he wasn't even paying attention to our questions related to the meeting. Suddenly lunch, Darth. Darth says, I got dragged into an interview, then briefing for a new bid, then had to brief a junior on a meeting I can't attend later, and yeah. Sounds awfully similar to my job right now. Especially with the bid stuff, the whole contract situation on our current work with the agencies coming up. Fun times, fun times. I hope you have a good lunch though, Darth. Leopold says maybe a social life isn't well formed outside of work. Wild speculation, but maybe. I wouldn't be that surprised, Leo, because he did seem to really be enjoying the fact that he had the attention of everybody who was in that meeting. And that we were all sitting there shutting up to listen to him. And maybe he just kind of like lost himself in a little bit in the fact that he had that kind of attention, and could talk and have people hearing him out. You feel attacked now, Darth? Could certainly empathize with that, but unfortunately, because he's not on the team that he was supposed to be going through this with, it essentially meant that as soon as that 2-hour meeting was over, and we only got through a quarter of the stuff because he talked the whole time, the rest of the stuff we had to get through was no longer his problem, because he wasn't part of the team that had to deal with it. The meeting was set up to go through those things with him, but once the meeting was over, it kind of wasn't his problem anymore. So now we have 3/4 of it left to go through on this next week after we come back after the 4th of July break. He's not going to have to suffer the consequences of having wasted all that time. But it is what it is. Ultimately, at the end of the day, there can be little things that are annoying, but I'm getting paid the same amount, and I'm working the same number of hours most of the time, so it's just like, might be different work than I thought I'd be doing. Oh, why didn't I grab? It might be different work than I thought I would be doing, but it's still work. I'm still getting paid. There's no reason to be upset that that's the work I have to do instead. Maybe it's a little bit more tedious. Maybe that's like the main annoyance. It's okay, this is a safe space, Darth. Favela's music. That reminds me, what do you think of what's happening with Twitter? That could mean so many things, but given how broad you've left it, Floofers, I'm gonna assume you mean the changes that Elon's making? Is that the question? Dar says, this is why I drag my work lappy into meetings and seminars and don't give a F if it's rude. If it's starting to drag on, I don't know I'm gonna do other work. Yeah. That's fair. I work remotely. I'm not gonna lie and say that sometimes if a meeting is going on really long time and doesn't seem to be involving me or getting to the point that it's gonna involve me, I switch to a different tab and I start doing some of my work too. I'm right there with you. I'm gonna start addressing your question, Floofers, as though I was correct in my assumption. Being like, the most recent change that Elon started incorporating is that there are a limit to the number of tweets that you can view per day. I think that limit was initially 400 tweets for somebody who did not have Twitter Blue. And then it gets higher if you're a subscriber. But that also includes counting things like replies to a tweet. And even some of the ad tweets that come up count toward it. So you could scroll something for a relatively short time, sometimes only minutes, as far as some people are concerned. And you would hit the tweet limit that you could view for the day. And essentially it made Twitter unusable after that point. Darth says, wasn't that due to a nyap with Google so they didn't have access to their servers? No. Elon claims that it's due to data scraping by AI. Doesn't make any sense though. Because that's not going to stop any AI. And he has changed his stance on it a couple times. I said it began as 400. Oh no. Okay, I caught it. It began as 400, but he's upped it a couple of times because people were complaining. And now I think for somebody who is not subscribed, they can see like 800 maybe. Maybe that's a little higher than they can see. I can't quite remember. Oh no, I think he raised it to 600 from 400. And I think it's like 4,000 for people who are Twitter Blue users now. So essentially, he's just trying to get more people to buy Twitter Blue. Same thing he's been doing with everything else. Elon's approach to most problems on Twitter is get rid of the feature that was causing the problem. And then inject a new problem and have it be that you get the solution to the problem if you buy Twitter Blue. Everything has been about trying to sell Twitter Blue. But the thing is, Elon's out here trying to defeat those genius allegations every day. I don't know, sometimes I swear Elon hated being called a genius and bought Twitter to prove daily that he wasn't. But, in limiting, like, most users on Twitter are not subscribed users. The vast majority of users on Twitter are still not Twitter Blue. Because a lot of people don't like it, a lot of people can't afford it, a lot of accounts are made daily that are just new and aren't Twitter Blue. So that means that, most of the users are limited to only seeing a couple hundred tweets a day and then they can't use it anymore. Which means that they're limiting the amount of people who see ads. I don't know if he thought about that part. But, like, he's now inadvertently, perhaps, massively cut down on the amount of people who are going to be viewing the advertisers' ads that paid to have ads on the site. Especially since Twitter Blue users get shown half the amount of ads that a non-Twitter Blue user sees. So Elon is shooting himself in the foot and shooting his advertisers in the foot, which it's not the first time he's done that. He's scared away advertisers over things before. But it's a really dangerous decision with the website. And the reason that he keeps changing these numbers and saying, okay, you'll now be able to see this much. Okay, you'll now be able to see this much, and increasing it, is because even the people who are typically the Elon fans and say yes to anything he does, most of those people are saying, we understand the issues, but we'd very much prefer unlimited. Can we get it closer back up to there? So he keeps adjusting it a little bit until people are gonna yes man him again. But it's a bad business decision. Like, I get he's trying to incentivize more people to get Twitter Blue, but meanwhile he's taking away a lot of the revenue for the people who pay him to show ads, and they're gonna notice this after the first month. Lufer says, yeah, and just the general insanity of shooting himself in the foot constantly. I hadn't gotten to look at chat for a while, and you literally used the same terminology I did for that. That's funny. Same page already, Floofers. Froggy says, are we talking about Elon's recent fuckery? Yep. Darth says, okay, real talk, though. Reading more than 100 tweets a day may cause brain damage. You'd be surprised how quickly that happens, though. Because it's not just, like, tweets. Like, you might think tweets are like, oh, I've scrolled by somebody's status. But also replies to tweets count. And even if you don't click into tweets, usually you see at least one reply out there already that incentivizes making you click to see more replies. So that counts as well. And then if you do click in to see replies on anything, you can burn through that 100 real quick just by scrolling by all the bot comments and all the comments of people being like, oh, let's summon Roast Him Jim, or let's use the download bot to actually get to people who have anything to say about the thing, and then trying to look for keywords of stuff that were interesting to you. You'll burn through all your tweets super fast. Brain damage may happen faster than expected. Exactly, Darth, exactly. Alright, Froggy, I'm joining into my VC. I'm in it now. Feel free to join. I'm gonna have a sip of water here. So I think it's dumb, Floofers. I think it's dumb. I don't think it's smart for Elon. I don't think it's smart for the people who greatly disagree with Elon. I think this is one of those decisions that's a lose-lose all around. Like, I can dislike Elon all I want, but at least, like, sometimes I can see, oh, this move is a greedy move that will benefit him. Even if it makes the site worse, it will benefit him. So at least there's, like, logic, even if it's a greedy logic. But the current decision, there's just no smarts to it. It's bad for everybody. You think you need a drag? What do you mean by that, Froggy? Oh, you need to be dragged in? Hold on, let me see. Sound like you want me to pass the cigarette to you. I would expect as a mod that you'd be able to come in, but I'm now giving you... I gave you the collaboration role. So now see if you can get in yourself. I can drag you, but I want you to be able to just join this VC. You'd have to scroll up a little bit. I'm in one called streaming up above. Hi. How you doing? Have you lost your mind already?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How was your pasta?
It's weird.
Did you make it?
Oh. It was fine. But my dad put something in it that looked like an onion.
Yeah.
Covered in sauce, right? And it was like translucent, sorta. So I thought it was an onion. Because that would make sense to put in the sauce. But I ate it and it was a piece of lettuce.
Oh, it was just a big piece of lettuce.
It was a cooked lettuce.
I mean, that's not so bad.
It's fine, but I didn't expect that. It's
As,
just a piece of cooked lettuce and marinara
Ezreal Dude
sauce.
says, is that the voice of a fine artist who plays Osu like she treats her food?
What does that mean?
I don't know.
You mean shit on my food?
What, do you shit on Osu?
Yeah, I shit on my computer when I play Osu.
Please let us know how it tasted. Uh-huh.
Tasted fine.
Alright guys, after all that climbing,
My
I'm
My
almost
brain-
back up to that fall that got us last time.
brain hurts because I was just watching my friends play Overwatch,
Oh,
and I don't understand the game,
yeah.
and he's so loud.
Your friend is?
Yeah.
Oh no, I fell again. This jump is so hard. Grab onto something.
And then
Right.
and then I opened Cats Organized Neatly because I bought it earlier, and then my brain exploded.
Cats organized neatly?
It's a puzzle game where you just put cats to fit inside like a box that they give you.
I see.
But that trying to figure out that call stuff was the final straw. My mind exploded.
No brain left now.
No. I bought a bundle, so I actually have cats organized neatly and dogs organized neatly.
The obviously inferior version.
Yeah, I haven't opened it yet. But I know it's worse.
The windmill skip? I'm trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do here. I was like, maybe I can climb onto the windmill blade?
Have you rage quitted yet?
No.
Is it getting close?
Well, not close to raging, but it's getting close to the time that I need to stop because the stream is long. And problem with this game is your progress doesn't get saved.
Oh, like if you shut it, it starts you at the beginning?
Yeah.
That's stupid.
Let's see. Where am I going here? Let's go over here, I guess.
Did you say this was made by Bennett Foddy?
That's what I was told, and that's what
But I don't
people
think it is.
that's what people all over YouTube are posting about it, but
Oh.
apparently not. But everybody posting an only up video is like, the new game by Bennett Foddy. I don't know if they think it's funny, or if they think it's good for clickbait, or if there's just been so much misinformation around that everybody's just saying it. Oh, I can climb up on the blade? But what would I do from there? I feel like that thing spins so fast I wouldn't be able to run down the blade. I guess I could have tried it in slow motion. I keep
The slow
forgetting about the
motion?
slow-mo, yeah.
That's weird.
I don't really know like if slow motions would help, but maybe I should try that when I'm doing this jump I keep failing on. Basically at this point, like, I don't have enough time left to beat the game, but I'm trying to see if I can get a PB. Alright, let me try this. Let's slow motion this thing. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Alright. That was actually significantly easier.
Ricky, this game is so hard.
What game?
The cats organized neatly.
Oh.
I'm losing my brain.
I'm sure cats organized neatly is a lot harder than going up.
Yeah. I'm losing my shit.
You're losing your brain and your shit. Let's see.
The bowels are flowing out.
Is that where you keep your brain?
Mm-hmm.
I feel relatively safe when we get to this part. I feel like there aren't any super tough jumps for a little while after here. I guess like this wrench one is a little awkward, but it's not really tough, it just looks tougher. It's like after the windmills, they give you a little bit of time to breathe.
Corgi.
Yeah.
Fuck. I got to the third boss in Hades.
Oh,
and
nice.
I almost beat it, but I didn't yet.
I don't know what any of the bosses. Well, I don't know what the first boss. I don't know what the third boss of Hades is. I just know the second, because I've been avoiding spoilers for the game. But somehow I ended up on the right place at the wrong time, I suppose, to find out what the second one was.
I think it's in the trailer.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have had the context that it was the second from the trailer.
Yeah, makes sense.
I just don't quite remember where I was. I think it was on Gummy's stream. Maybe I can just blame Gummy. That I joined onto a stream just in time to hear that. Wiki, I'm doing alright. Thank you. I'm gonna be a little bit more careful with some of these, because I want to see if I can get personal best.
I'm stuck on this level.
Yeah. Alright, well, that's personal best. I lost at that jump between the two vehicles before. Stretch and hydrate will do, Leo. I think that's a good idea. I'll stretch. Work out my neck. I am a little stiff there. Excuse me. We are on stream right now. Alright, I'm gonna have some green tea. You're gonna get going, Snack? Gotta get some rest before the day. Bye-bye. Yeah, what time is it right now for you? Gotta be pretty late.
No,
Have a good one, Snack. Oh, now I got the hood.
Will only bring you regret and misery.
This dog is saying the same stuff that the elephant did.
You have been lucky. Your childish stubbornness, if you continue on this path,
Ricky, it
will only
doesn't
bring you regret and
fit.
misery. Many have
Your
broken
cat.
lives here in pursuit of their
4:42
dreams.
a.m.
You have been lucky. Your
That's
childish
late.
stubbornness, if you continue on this path,
I was up until 7 a.m.
7?
broken lives here in
You're
pursuit of
weird.
their dreams.
I was up until like 6:15, but then I couldn't fall asleep in bed.
Because the light.
No,
But only a few have been
I'm actually used to having light in my room. So, funny thing, this would drive most people nuts, and it would have driven me nuts years ago. I don't have any curtains in my room. So when it becomes
Oh.
5 a.m. and the sun comes up,
That's horrible.
it's just right in here. So I've gotten used to falling asleep with it. I am supremely uncomfortable right now being where I am and only up, because there's just like too much ground for me to just run across. Like there's no problem. I haven't had that in this game yet. Ricky, you're getting close to where I need you to stop. Why is that? Why is that, Azrael, dude? I will know. I will know that you need me to stop there. Alright. It's almost making me feel like I've gone the wrong direction here. Okay, this looks like more progress.
Oh shit, I can't play this anymore. Oh my god.
So, do you just have to, like, do cats have specific shapes and you gotta, like, just put them? Interesting.
There's like a ton of different cats and they're all different shapes. And you gotta fit them in a box.
Is
Or
it this
like-
part, Azrael, dude? You don't like getting flashbanged?
What?
What?
I just looked at it. It looks weird. Why is it like that?
I don't
That's how
know,
the
there's
visually
a
impaired
lot of
feel.
sun.
I don't
Oh.
envy them, and I don't envy myself either.
The narrator's like, that's how the visually impaired feel. I don't envy them, and I don't envy myself either.
It looks like when you kill a ant with a magnifying glass by burning it.
Uh-huh.
Like
Something
that
I've
to
never
my
done.
eyes. Me neither.
You feel like you're being burnt with a magnifying glass?
Yeah.
Am I walking along the roof of Anne Orlando here? Is this a mini jump? Jump!
Oh my god.
Jump!
Imagine when you get to the end of this, it just crumbles.
That'd be rude.
Oh my god, Minecraft parkour coming in. Oh my god. Whoever made this course is a psychopath.
Keep going, Richard. Excuse me, Azrael, dude. You're not allowed to call me that.
Can you duck?
You can.
Oh my god.
It's not over.
Oh my god, those one by one waves. Okay, the Minecraft parkour is real. You got the half slabs.
Yeah. Okay. So far, so good. We're in a trashy area. We got the rainbow Illuminati. It's the Illuminati who's crying about gay people. Skeleton, very large skeleton.
Maybe you're small.
Maybe I am small.
You have a dipper hat?
Kinda, huh?
That's literally Dipper's hat.
You're literally Dipper's hat.
The fuck?
Sorry. Alright, let me look over here. Maybe that's not the way I have to go. Oh, it's not.
Are there just like a ton of dead ends in this game?
Not
Or-
really. Oof. This looks a little nerve-wracking.
You have to parkour on stuff.
Got a park. Oh man, that's some bad parkour coming up.
Not a coffee cup? What is that?
It is a
Trash.
coffee cup.
See, you are small.
God, this path.
Jump on the helicopter.
Jump on the helicopter. I was considering jumping on the bed, but
Are you a monkey?
because this path looks so awful.
Fell
YOLO!
off and bumped his
Oh,
head.
it doesn't bring me anywhere. Okay.
Oh my god.
Alright.
Oh my god.
Eh. Okay. This is a little troublesome. Because they're also changing the size of some of the assets, which messes with my depth perception. Because I've jumped on some of these things before. Hmm?
Nothing. I was like, are those fucking Big Macs?
Come on, game, don't glitch out on me, okay? There we go. I'm gonna just not do the bed. Are you kidding me with this? Alright. Safety first. Okay.
You're like a story behind why you're parkouring like 10,000 feet in the air with like random floating objects suspended
Not
in the
really.
sky.
I mean, there seems to be a lot of like metaphors going on about like getting out of poverty. Like the first area was super junky, like low class establishments.
What about this area?
I don't know.
This area is about not being a little bitch.
Oh good, I'm in Amazon's warehouses now.
I wanna play Hades.
Hades nuts.
Yeah.
Alright, good luck. Are you staying in the voice chat?
Gonna stay here and yell a little.
Just don't spoil me. And then I'm happy to have you here.
I'm probably just gonna be a oh shit fuck and scream when I get to a boss.
That's fair. Alright, I mean, so far so good, Azrael, dude. I don't know what you mean I was getting close to place you need me to stop. almost missed that one.
Controller compatible.
Who's talking in wiki time, perhaps? Yeah, I am pretty close to when we're supposed to end the stream, but on a pretty good PB now. I think the obvious time to end is when I have the inevitable fall.
Yeah.
Alright, still in it. What's Wandahoy from?
Project's that guy.
Okay. Always heard it a lot. And part of me, from some of the
Project
context that I
Sector.
heard it in, felt that it might be from Undertale. But
No.
Dawn. Hey, Matreus. Hey, you get down from there, mister. I swear to Christ, I've got to count to 10. It would take me longer than 10 just to fall to the bottom, Matreus. How you doing? Actually, we are always falling.
Oh god.
Just that
I'm
things
not
keep
ready.
getting in the way. I see. Do you consider progress through life to be a fall? How you doing, Matreus? This game loves that sort of deep. Oh, there's a fall.
Delicious.
Is this before or after? Ah, god dang it. It's before. Hey, Ricky and Miss Fries. Matreus says hi.
Hello.
She's
I'm
playing some Hades.
I'm gonna cry.
You did your best. I don't consider that enough of a fall to end, Azrael, dude. That only
You want a real devastating fall.
Yeah, that only sent me back a few minutes. If I close the game, I get sent back all the way to the beginning.
How high are you? Like, were you? Like, in terms of... I don't know.
Oh yeah, I don't know how to answer that question.
Like, how long would it have taken you to fall to the bottom?
Would have taken me a while to fall to the bottom. Would have taken me probably, I don't know, half hour to get back up, even if I did it perfectly.
I was like, half hour to fall?
No, a half hour to get back up if I did it perfectly, but probably longer than that.
Okay.
I'm not super excited about having to do some of the jumps that was part of this puzzle. Azrael, dude, did I get to the part you were talking about? Or were you talking about you'd need me to stop because of the hour? Because luckily, even though it's Sunday, I actually don't have work tomorrow.
Oh, so you see my message?
I did not. Not if it was sent during the stream.
It was.
The part where I would love you to stop is I'll hear a tune. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Huh?
A completely DMCA tune that will get me banned. And that's been your plan all along, Azrael, dude. Azrael is secretly Bennett Foddy. I'm so confused on whether this game is Bennett Foddy or not, to be honest.
I think it is. Okay.
Hop. Hop.
Up, 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 up.
Okay, back through that area. It's not bad.
Should I go? Ah!
You
Pick a
alright?
number between 1 and 3.
3.
Pick one of the other numbers.
I made my decision.
Pick 1 or 2. Pick 1 or 2.
I think I just made the big fall. Let's dodge all terrain. Whee! Because I want to see how long it actually takes to fall all the way. Broken ankles. Pick any number between 1 and 3 except for 1 and 3. Oh, not inclusive. Gotcha. I have played this for 10,765 seconds.
Sometimes it's hard to choose the right path, but don't be afraid. You can always repeat. We learn from our mistakes.
I think I did pretty darn well for a first time playing only up. I have no idea in terms of percentages or whatnot. But for having, what was it? 3.5 hours about? Actually, no, a little less than that. Just under 3.5 hours. Getting up there. I think I did pretty well. I also would not have needed to fall all the way back down to the favelas in the last fall. But it is already my stopping point for the stream, so I wanted to see how long. Literally a minute before 3 hours. Actually, we're a minute before 4 hours, Matreus. But I was just counting the part that I spent playing the game rather than rather than talking. And we actually started the game earlier than I usually do because I figured we'd do most of the talking during the game anyway. Meh, Boomerus? Because as soon as I actually go to... Oh, is this person playing Mario? Look at that. Stolen assets. Hey. See that? That's Mario. You were using the... Oh, the counter is a measurement. I got it. I see. We could play the game in first-person mode.
Oh, there's a first-person mode?
Yeah, it's not a good idea, though.
I'm taking so much damage right now.
There's a weird Pepe over there. Anyway, I think that was a great try for the first time. I was planning on having only up be a one-off, but I actually kind of enjoy it. Like, a lot of it is soothing, and then there's those couple of times where it's like the jumps are on something that looks really slippery or rounded or tiny. But the majority of going up there was just kind of a nice walk and we got to talk. You were hoping I hate it? Why, Ezreal dude, are you not a fan of Only Up? He's playing it on that 1995 TV with an iPad? How would he do that? People without patience would hate this. Yeah, I mean, so that's the reason why I don't usually play a lot of these games too much. Like, Getting Over It and Jump King and stuff, because I don't tend to lose my patience that much with games like this. And I feel like that's what people want to see when they watch a streamer play something like Only Up. But I don't know. I think like this one in particular might have a little bit more value to just seeing like the slow progress while talking to the streamer, because in something like Getting Over It, you're not making too much progress at once most of the time, and you can't see that much of the world. You can't stop and look around. There's not really an atmosphere to it. It's just you're looking at the 2D character flailing around his hammer and messing up, and it's tense the whole time. In this one, I think it's a little different because there's like a sense of progression together, and you can watch the streamer grow with it. I don't know. That's how I felt when playing it. So I think there might be some value in playing it again. I do hope that they patch the game so that you can save when you leave. That's the only thing I'd really want. Like, if I got halfway through the game, but I'm like, oh, I'm out of time, and I don't want to restart at the favelas, then yeah, it would be nice to be able to save, because right now, if you exit, you just always start over. So that part would be the biggest thing to stop me.
That sounds like shitty design.
Yeah, and they were arguing that they weren't going to put that in at first, but they did have something that popped up when I started this game that said coming soon, save your progress. So I think they're planning on it now.
Why don't they just have it in now?
Well, because they didn't develop it, because originally they didn't want people to be able to load back. They were like, it defeats the purpose to be able to load. But I think you at least need it to save when you quit. Anytime you quit. So like if you save by quitting and then you load in and then you fall and you try to exit.
Game crashes?
I mean, I suppose if your game crashes, it wouldn't save. But I know there's ways for like savvy people to abuse that kind of system still, and that's probably why they didn't want to do it. But honestly, like, what are they losing?
But if they're doing it, that's their problem.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say, what are they losing if a couple savvy people do that? It's not like that would be admissible to to like world records or anything like that. I guess maybe it would show more of the game to people on streaming. But yeah, that definitely is something that they need to incorporate, is save when you quit. The Dark Souls logout scumming, yeah, exactly. But they definitely need to implement that, because people do not have the time to sit working on something for hours all the time. It's a little gatekeepy to say that the only way you can play our game to finish is if you have like 4 hours in a row and you don't fall or something like that. So hopefully they do fix it. It worked out fine this time. Yeah, it did. This was sort of like my test into it, and I thought it would be a little bit more ragey and probably a one-off, but I think I'm going to come back to it. If you guys really don't like it, then I don't have to come back to it, but I just sort of had a fun time with it today, and I think the sense of progress was nice. Nuh-uh, high schoolers have plenty of time. I don't know about you when you were a high schooler, Matreus, but I didn't have that much time. I had more time than I do now, but my now is a little bit more of my choice, I suppose, because some of that time is dedicated to game development and content creation that I wouldn't have to actually do. In high school, it was like, got up at 6 a.m. in the morning, went to school, came home, had homework that was most of the time not realistically doable by the time I needed to go to bed to get up at 6 a.m. again, but I still had to force it in. At some point I'd eat during that. You literally had no time as a high schooler. You had taekwondo and animation classes and church classes and school, then forced to look for a job. Yeah. Yeah. The real time is in the grades below that. And even that, you know, they still try and fill up as much of your time as possible, because it seems like adults just don't want to have to deal with kids as much as possible. Anywho, I had a great time. And I think, given that it's 10 minutes after our stopping point, I'm not going to carry on too long with the chatter. I think we're just going to find somebody to raid. Oh, there's my voice. Alright, let's see. We could go over to Kyo, yeah. I haven't... Wait, though, I'm trying to remember. Does Kyo not like raids? Some people in that group don't like raids.
I don't remember, but I think she doesn't like the shout out thing.
The
where
like
it plays a clip.
Well, yeah, I believe that. You think Kyo doesn't, Matreus? Yeah, I think you might be right. Something in my brain triggered on that. So since I'm not
Oh.
positive,
Ah!
I won't send it over to Kyo. Let's go to Sako Neko. That's one of the people. Actually, did we raid Sako? I think we raided Sako recently, but let's go back over there anyway. One of the friends of Jose who's done some of the art recently. I haven't had much of a chance to get to know Sako. Who squeezed Froggy? Something in Hades squeezed Froggy.
I'm getting pummeled, not squeezed.
Oh, I see.
Pummeled in the beehole.
Good night, Wiki-kun
Oh my
and Froggy-chan.
God.
And amazing people. Everybody, let's go raid Sako Neko. Here's the raid message. Here's the sub-raid message if you have one. Next stream, Tuesday, is going to be Monster Hunter World with Jose. We're continuing from that point where we had started the game over and hunting some of the earlier monsters, making some of the armor, learning some more of the skills. And on Thursday, I'm going to be starting Elden Ring. Tell Sako about Only Up. Has Sako played it yet? Did Jose learn to stop carrying? Jose really wasn't carrying me too much by the end of the other one, but Jose is not doing like the heal builds and the greatsword and stuff this time, so that I can learn more things. I captured my very first monster last time. But yeah, on Thursday we're starting. On Thursday, we're starting Elden Ring. Finally, and dedicating, and probably a week from Saturday. A week from this coming Saturday, so it's a little ways out, and I'll have an official announcement out. That's probably when we're going to do our long Rachel stream. I don't usually do a Saturday stream, but so it can be longer, we'll probably have a Saturday one for Rachel. So keep your eyes out. Anyway, I'm going to be forced out by the raid. Have a good one, spread the love, and I'll see you Thursday.
Our cheeks.
Bye-bye, everybody. Send good vibes to Sako. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.